1.
All Eyes on Egypt presents the Holy Tablets, backed by popular demand, written and transcribed by Dr. Malachi Yokel, the receiver. This is the scripture that is divinely inspired that will bring about a long overdue change. Like the phoenix bird rising up out of its ashes. Up, you mighty people, come forth like Lazarus from the tomb. This tablet is food to feed the hunger and to nourish the soul, to give it strength. Rise up, stand up. Be counted amongst the people of this world. Be the first to get your copy of the Holy Tablets while supplies last. At All Eyes on Egypt, Monticello, Georgia. 706-468-2319. Tune in to the El Holy Tablet Show every Friday and Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on WGAG Radio. It's official right here. Fix your ragged ass phone. Tablet 5. The Journey of Nibiru, El Kuluwm, Lo. The planet Tiamat was a site used for excavating different materials, elements, and minerals, such as plutonium, chlorine, chlorophyll, ammonia, gold, platinum, and silver, as well as scanning the ocean floors for other elements that were beneficial to these beings in the other planets. In depths of the ocean of the planet Earth are some of the most valuable resources for human life, such as food, such as kelp, different types of fish, energy sources, such as iodine. And these waters are in abundance of dissolved gases such as nitrogen, carbon dioxide, and oxygen. Other substances are nitrates, phosphates, which are needed for plants for photosynthesis. Silicon dioxide is necessary in building of skeletal material in some marine organisms. Remaining elements that are essential to marine life include iron, manganese, cobalt, and copper. Several mineral resources lie on the ocean floor and in solution above it, such as salt, magnesium, bromine. Seawater contains all the dissolved substances necessary for the growth of plant and animal life. Other beings know of these resources, and thus they have made visits, taking what they excavated back to their homes. They continue to make their visits to this planet and even live under the sea. Tiamat was also used as a hunting ground and resort. Beings would intergalactically travel from planet to planet doing what is called planetary shopping. Some of the planets in this galaxy were most frequently visited because life existed there in various forms. Were Lamu, meaning deity of war, now called Mars. Kishar, meaning foremost of the firm lands, now called Jupiter, including many others in Orion, meaning skies or heaven. 6-star sun constellation, Camus, meaning to be wealthy, which is the Pleiades constellation having 7-star suns, and Aish, to lend aid, to help, also known as the plowman, Arcturus, as well as Clarion, Clariton, or Clarion, meaning clear, just to name a few. The boundless universes are filled with all kinds of life forms that come from all types of origins. And your planet Earth held the most abundant of life sources, which is why all kinds of beings frequently visited. Now, let me continue. On one of the routes onto the planet Earth, the planet craft Nibiru, meaning planet that crosses the skies, also called Marduk, was making a routine trip, which was then on an orbit that took 1,024 years short of an equinox of Earth time, which was a 25,920-year orbit called AMS by the Anunnaki. Mute your background. This craft, being 4 times the size of the planet Tiamat, whose diameter was 15,842 before the splitting, which cut into 2 equal halves, and Nibiru's diameter being 63,408. The ship Nibiru came in search of other planets that were rich in natural resources and minerals to take back to the planet Risk to protect it from the damaging ultraviolet rays. And what would make you understand what ultraviolet rays are? Ultraviolet rays or ultraviolet, or relating to the range of invisible radiation wavelengths from about 4 nanometers on to the border of the X-ray region to about 380 nanometers just above or just beyond the violet in the visible spectrum. We're looking at the word ultra, meaning beyond, from the Latin ultra, from ultra, meaning beyond, and the word violet, meaning the hue of the short wave end of the visible spectrum, evoked in the human observer by radiant energy with wavelengths of approximately 380 to 420 nanometers, any of a group of colors, reddish blue in hue, that may vary in lightness and saturation from the Middle English, from Old French, violate, diminutive of viola, from Latin viola. As for the color red, the hue of the long wave end of the visible spectrum, it has evoked in the human observer by radiant energy with wavelengths of approximately 630 to 750 nanometers, any of a group of colors that may vary in the lightness and saturation of whose hue resembles that of life liquid called blood. One of the additive or light primaries from the Middle English, from Old English, read, R-E-A-D. And as for the color blue, the hue of that portion of the visible spectrum line between green, which is yellow and blue, and indigo, which is blue and violet. And it evokes in the human observer by radiant energy with wavelengths of approximately 450 to 490 nanometers. Any of a group of colors that may vary in lightness and saturation. One of the additive or light primaries from the Middle English, blue, from the Old English, blue, of Germanic origin. As for the word ray, it's a thin line of narrow beam of light or other radiant energy. Radiance, light. On the prism, it appears as purple, ranges from violet to red. And now with an understanding of ultraviolet rays, you must be able to grasp the damage that it was doing in risk and is doing here on Earth. The danger is the destruction of the ozone. As it happened there, it's also happening here. What is ozone? A blue gases allotrope of oxygen, O3, formed naturally from diatomic oxygen by electric discharge or exposure to ultraviolet radiation. It is an unstable, powerful, bleaching, poisonous, oxidizing agent with pungent, irritating odor, used to deodorize air, purify water, treat industrial waste, and as a bleach. Fresh, pure air, from German, ozon, from Greek, ozin, neuter principle, participle of ozine, meaning to smell. So, in order for Riskians to protect their planet, they sought out gold. The goal of this planet was good. This great planet-sized ship, Nibiru, came nearer to your solar system, traveling at the speed of light, 186,272 miles per hour. Yet, it is found to be exactly 286,282.396 miles per second, or 299,792,458 kilometers per second. It came from Kuluwm, the 19th galaxy, a tri-solar system having 3 suns, also called the Great Galaxy, known as the place on high, called heaven, or even Jannat, on a journey through the stars that took 25,920 years. A year is called the what? Zena and Am, by the Sumerians, who were taught by the Anunnaki. This great ship, Nibiru, as it was later known, was a mothership, and the Nibiru at that time held 12 smaller cylinder ships called Shams that were to be launched out from it. When Nibiru reached its destination, Nibiru was equipped with 4 separate atmospheres. Now, what would make you understand what the 4 atmospheres are? They are, 1, outside of the spheres where there is no air and there is no atmosphere, Nibiru is able to adjust to that environment. 2, when you come into this dome-like planet where there is oxygen and air, Nibiru is capable of adjusting to that environment. When you go into the Antarctica, you have to take your craft into the glaciers. Nibiru is capable of adjusting to that environment. 4, when you've had to take your craft beneath the sea, Nibiru is capable of adjusting to that environment. This is the 4 separate atmospheres that all the crafts titled Nibiru as a part of the Nibiru fleet is capable of adjusting to. That is, they are capable of adjusting to all atmospheres of changes, such as Ta, earth, Mu, water, Nifu, air, and Set, fire. The command to activate this is simply Tamu Nefu Set. Now, Nibiru and all of his crafts were also equipped with 4 separate magnetic fields, which is a person, a place, and an object or a situation that exerts attraction. 1, Nibiru is capable of being magnetized or attracted by a magnet, meaning 2, to operate by means of magnetism, such as a magnetic recorder. 3, relate to the magnetic poles of the earth, such as a magnetic compass bearing. 4, have an unusual power of ability to attract. A gravity form of magnetism from the whirling vortex of each planet at 30 degrees, and its magnetic attraction, creating a magnetic grid, the flow of electricity when the object comes in contact with its pulling or attracting powers, and magnetic attraction from appearance, emotion, and desire. The grandmother ship can hold many thousands of crown-shaped ships, but this mission had only 2,880 crown-shaped shams. It also has a fleet of 24 crystal cities with crystal-like domes, giving them the ability to break down light as a prism would and be able to make use of the energy. It has solar panels that are the size of a pin's head or less than that, and can generate millions and millions of megawatts of energy as well. As Nibiru passed by various suns or stations set up in the galaxy, Nibiru drew an energy charge from them. Nibiru was set up for holographic interdimensional transport. That is, it is capable of cloning itself holographically to appear in more than one place at a time, making it virtually impossible to determine which is the holographic projection from the original. Nibiru is capable of traveling distance from point to point or through space and time interdimensionally. It can go through time, future, or past without interfering with the principle of now, or then. And it manned over 144,000 crew members, headed by 24 elite beings called Yahwehans, 12 Yah, agreeable, and 12 Way, disagreeable, that stood 7 feet tall. However, on this flight, the craft Nibiru had to first pass by the planet Ea, which means he whose house is water, and is now called Neptune, as it did many times before. The planet Ea, Neptune, is a twin planet to the planet Anu, Uranus. By twin planet, I mean that Neptune is very similar and in some aspects identical to the planet Uranus. The planet Uranus was originally called Kakab, Shananama, the planet which is the double. Uranus is also influenced by the gravity of Neptune. The gases that make up the atmospheres of Neptune and Uranus are exactly the same. The sizes of Neptune and Uranus are similar. Their colors are identical and their rotational times are similar. Uranus being 17 hours in Earth time and Neptune being 16.5 hours. The planet Uranus practically rotates laying down, so the size it looked at from the wrong angle can surely be mistaken. Uranus tilts at the extreme angle of 98 degrees. You could almost say that the planet lies on its side as it travels around the sun. This means that the north and south polar regions of Uranus experience alternate periods of day and shadow hour in summer and winter, each of which is up to 42 Earth years long. The temperature of this planet Uranus on the side that is hidden from the sun is the same on the side facing the sun. As Nibiru came nearer to Neptune, its gravitational pull caused electrical storms on that planet on that Friday afternoon at 1300 hours of Earth time, some 24 billion years ago of Earth time, and caused Nibiru to go slightly off its orbit. As the craft Nibiru passed by Ea, Neptune, the planet Anu, Uranus, came from behind the planet Neptune and caused the appearance of a bulge. And that bulge pulled on Nibiru's orbit and caused the great ship Nibiru to begin to wallop in its orbit from fear of crashing. This happened because the planet Uranus was not originally seen in the solar system when Nibiru made his first visit. Uranus moving from behind Neptune caused Nibiru to veer off its own original path in order not to hit Uranus and made it collide into another planet then called Maldek, also called Vulcan. The original name for the planet Vulcan is Maldek. Maldek was between Lamu, Mars, and Kishar, Jupiter. Maldek was 27,500 miles in diameter. Maldek had a population of billions living under the sea in the sub-cities of Karna, which was occupied by the Maldekians, and Vadur, which was occupied by the Troglodytes. Maldek also had 2 moons. This was the planet of Masmukia, or Troglodytes, Dragons, and Voltex. The troglodytes' average height is 3.5 to 4.5 feet, and their heads are extremely large. These were the slaves. However, the rulers, the Maldekians, were very large in size, from 7 to 9 feet in height, scales of multiple colors in which they shed like all other reptilians. They lay eggs for reproduction. Now, the troglodytes have 2 round eyes without pupils and no ears or protruding nose, just 2 small holes in the nose area. Their mouths are slits without lips. The troglodytes are hairless and have no teeth. The troglodyte hands have 4 webbed fingers and no thumbs. The troglodytes live totally underwater in great cities with many great biologists. Because they lived underwater, if the planet sped up, it wouldn't affect them, because gravity is different underwater, meaning gravity is the force that the earth exerts on an object. The force of gravity is relatively constant all over the surface of the earth, except for in a few places like the equator, and varies slightly at different altitudes. Many people think, for instance, if a steel ball was to drop from a building and a cotton ball, that the steel ball will fall a lot faster when the cotton ball only lags slightly behind. So the force was still constant. Water is denser than air, so objects move slower through water than air. The impact of the crash affected the beings on the surface of the planet of Maldek and not underneath the water, because water is more dense and will slow down the object. So the impact would be less damaging and the shock of the impact would be less severe. However, it was daylight. So most of the beings came on land. All of the beings that could have negotiated were dead due to the crash. The only beings that survived were the ones under the seas, which were the military and the warriors who were looking for a chance to fight anyway. Nibiru had no way of contacting beings on the planet Maldek to let them know that it was an accident and not a deliberate attack. Telepathic communication were forbidden to prevent interference by other telepathic disagreeable beings. This was because the Maldekians were not a part of the Interplanetary Confederation. Their star fleet of warriors, a group of reptilians who bore the symbol of a reptile, who called themselves Ninga, meaning warrior, launched an attack, thinking that the planet Maldek had been attacked. 4 fighter ships of Ninga fleet launched out, and it went off its orbit into the universe and attacked with the intention of destroying Nibiru. These 4 ships equipped with high explosives created of plutonium from Maldek's star fleet called Ninga, managed to escape Maldek as Nibiru passed by and followed in Nibiru's path. Nibiru put up his 4 magnetic force fields, which were created by Anu and given to Marduk, and destabilized the 4 attacking ships. Nibiru created the magnetic cube called the Kaaba. These 4 great ships called the Ninga fleet moved on as 4 powerful winds that were trapped by Nibiru's force field and unable to break loose. Maldek is now referred to as the Lost Planet. Now, the 4 fighter ships of the Ninga fleet, the 4 fighter ships of the Ninga fleet are called the North Wind, South Wind, East Wind, and West Wind. These 4 fighter ships that originally surrounded Nibiru and appeared to launch an attack were now trapped. The great ship Nibiru activated its 4 magnetic force fields, incapacitating these ships. All of their controls and equipment ceased to function. A force field was put up, and they were trapped in the environment of Nibiru. Its new wobbly satellites were caught in Nibiru's gravitational pull and began to circle making 4 whirlwinds. Nibiru immediately launched 2 ships to return to Ilion to inform the elders of the incident in case of need of assistance. Nibiru proceeded to move counterclockwise from the planets in this solar system. Nibiru pulled in towards Anshar, which means foremost of heavens, now called Saturn, and its force field kissed off the planet. Its gravitational pull caused Nibiru to veer off its own orbit, and 3 satellites were added to Nibiru's force field called Evil Wind, Whirlwind, and Matchless Wind. The orbit that Nibiru was originally on was a 25,920-year orbit called AMS. It shifted into a new orbit of 3,600 years called the Shar. Its orbit was caught in this solar system always to make a return. Then Nibiru bounced off the planet Ram, Titan, which now surrounds Anshar, Saturn, and sped up its motions, creating the Saturn rings, referred to as the necklace of Saturn. At this point, Gaga, Pluto, was released from its natural orbit around the sun and was pulled away in the direction of Mars, Lamu, and Lahamu, Venus. The path of Nibiru was now bent even more towards the center of the solar system, directly towards Tiamat, which means maiden of life, now called Earth. And it moved into your solar system. Nibiru caused problems amongst the other planets in this solar system by pulling their moons. Nibiru making one complete spin through the winds off into space. The approach of Nibiru began to disturb Tiamat, and this alarmed the beings of Tiamat that something was entering their atmosphere, causing volcano eruptions, storms, hurricanes, and floods. Tiamat was forced to launch 11 ships headed directly for this bright gleaming, or what appeared to be a planet entering its airspace. It was Nibiru. This star fleet of 11 ships from Tiamat was led by Kingu, the great emissary, which was once ruled by the Meldekian deity Luna. The great ship Nibiru had 7 warships accompanying her, and they were launched at the 11 ships that were launched from Tiamat. Kingu was the name of the head of defense force of Tiamat, and it later became the name of an imperfect planet, now called the Moon, one of many moons, which was originally the companion planet of Tiamat before the crash of the satellites of Nibiru. Anyway, the 11 ships which were launched from the Tiamat at Nibiru were immediately detected by the force field of Nibiru and eliminated. One of the four satellites that came with Nibiru from Meldic, called the North Wind, was lying directly for Tiamat. The impact of the North Wind caused Tiamat to split into 2 parts because of the high explosives that the ship contained called plutonium. The hole which the North Wind bore in Tiamat caused the upper half of Tiamat to wallop in its orbit, setting large portions of it on fire. The North Wind then came back around, shattering that half into pieces, making comets, of which Halley's Comet is one, an asteroid comet, coming from the Greek, kometes, long hair star, from comb, K-O-M-E, hair. The length of time a comet takes to complete its orbit is known as its period. Some comets have periods of less than 7 years. Comets are considered a part of a solar system since they never leave the limits of the same system. The comet's tail always points away from the sun due to the pressure of the sun's light on the dust particles, and is usually 5,000 miles in length. Comets are often caught by planets' gravitational pull, which cause them to shift from their course. Many of the pieces of the comet that caught on fire form the asteroid belt that is in the center of this solar system. The East Wind, another tremendous ship from Meldic, coming with Nibiru from Meldic, swung around and put a hole straight through the upper half of the planet. The planet Tiamat had turbulence and was unstable, while other planets nearby were still wobbling in its orbit. Tiamat was pulled in many directions. On one side by the 2 larger planets, Lamu, now called Mars, and Kishar, foremost of the firmlands, Jupiter on one side, and the 2 smaller planets, Lahamu, Venus, Mumu, one who was born, Mercury, on this other side, all pulling and tugging. Nibiru's 7 ships broke off into 2 separate fleets. The first 4 circling the planet Tiamat, which is now called Ki, creating a net-like web, which was a magnetic field. One of the 3 warships from the second part of the fleet of 7 formed Nibiru, located on the outskirts of the force field. Then launched a bright flame of light, much like ball lightning. The ball lightning was filled with brilliance, and it pierced straight down to the center into Tiamat, completely neutralizing Tiamat's electric and magnetic force fields. A portion of this massive ball of light, which was launched by one of the 3 warships from Nibiru, was called the West Wind, and also known as the Evil Wind, tore straight down as ball lightning into the center, exploded, and gouged out a large hollow space in the center of Tiamat. And the West Wind became a tremendous 600-mile diameter sun called Sol, S-U-L, and was trapped in place there with a sunscreen to direct the heat waves through the North Pole away from the planet, creating the northern lights, or what is called aurora borealis, which are solar flares or sun flares. Now, this ball of light, now in the center of Tiamat, was named Apsu, meaning one who exists from the beginning, and the place was named Ishara. 3 satellites launched off Nibiru, creating a tetrahedron, 4-sided force field of energy at a 19.5-degree angle around the new half of Tiamat, with the hole through it, and a smaller sun, Sol, also called Apsu or Apsu, was placed inside Tiamat Center. Now, this newly formed planet, Tiamat, called Ki, New Earth, was trapped in its orbit, where no planet had been orbiting before, protected by forces, by the guidance of these ships while she healed herself. This 600-mile diameter sun called Sol, Apsu, traveled through the great hole called the Abyss for a distance of 3,963 miles to the center of the half of the planet Earth, Tiamat, which the West Wind bore a hole through, called Ki, now called Earth, from the word Iridu. So it was indeed one of the satellites of Nibiru called Winds from Meldic that crashed into Tiamat, and not Nibiru itself. The Voltex, or the troglodytes that manned this ship that crashed, survived and thrived in the seas of this new planet called Gi, or Gaia, or Gaia, or Jay, also called Tiamat, which much later became known as Earth from Iridu, starting the restoration or reconstruction of life on Earth, including evolutionary process of the plant and animal life. Now, the last of these winds, the south wind, crashed into Ki and created the Grand Canyon and gave birth to another small planet in its own orbit and rotation around this newly formed planet Ki, which became the moon that you see today, creating a lunar orbit called Shesky, meaning celestial deity who protects Earth, Ki, and called Kingu, which had become chief among them, ruled by Luna, which Marduk, Nibiru, made shrink as a dungi, a master's life of clay, and thrown into outer space to a wobble in its own orbit, deprived of its orbital momentum. Kingu was reduced to the status of a mere satellite, a moon, today known as Ceres, which is today known as the largest of the minor planets and or asteroids. The upper half of the planet Tiamat, which became oval-shaped after the moon had broken away, was now 7,926 miles in diameter and 24,896 miles in circumference. And it was set for replenishing or restoration on the planet of the great star fleet responsible for its damage. The newly formed planet Ki was trapped in its orbit, protected by forces sent from The newly formed planet Ki was trapped in its orbit, protected by forces sent from the guidance of 4 ships that were a part of the 11 from the fleet from Nibiru, of which 2 returned back to Kuluwm to inform them what had happened. Now, this new planet has 2 suns, one in its belly, 3,963 miles from its surface, creating an intertropical environment. And the other sun, Shamash, was 93 million miles away from Ki's surface. Ki was now trapped in this new orbit around the outer sun, Shamash, to create a year of 365 days. Thus, A new time zone was created for this new planet. The south wind crashing into Tiamat also created a black dust cloud that cut off Earth from the sun. So now you have two sets of planets separated by this asteroid belt, creating the inner and outer planets. Now, the inner planets were Mumu, Mercury, Lahumu, Venus, Ki, Earth, Sheshki, Moon, and Lahmu, Mars. And the outer planets were Kishar, Jupiter, Anshar, Saturn, whose planet is Ram, Titan, Anu, Uranus, Ea, Neptune, and now Usbi, Pluto, previously called Gaga, separated by this asteroid belt and the remains of the lost planet Melday. So one half of the original Tiamat is an asteroid belt, and the other half is presently your planet called Ki, Earth. Did that shit in... Look at Jay. One talking about, bitch, I just ordered me some spirulina. I have what Don is having. All right, ladies and gentlemen, man. All right, what's next? Y'all like that? That's it. You know, should we rewind it now and discuss it, talk it back? You find anything interesting in the story? Yay?
Yeah. Yeah, how about the part where it says, yeah, that was a lot.
Say what?
That was a lot. You read through that. You was killing it. When you first started off, because I didn't know you were going to do the whole thing like that. When you first started off, I was like, it sounded like you was doing them YouTube videos where they naming down something, the top 10 something. And I was like, man,
it did sound like that shit, didn't it?
Hell yeah. You some knowledge, like quick knowledge shit. Yeah. Quick knowledge
with
shit.
No goddamn, with no voice effects at all, right? This is our own shit. No voice effects, nigga.
You was doing that. You doing echoes and everything.
Hey.
Like what?
I'm gonna murk that shit, nigga. I'm sweating now, man. See, I know I lost 2 pounds on that one.
There it is. I did have a question about
them tablets. If you ain't sweating, you ain't reading them tablets. Say what, Zena? I'm sorry. Okay, we winding it back.
I did want to ask about Apsu. For some reason, I never caught that. I know it's a black sun in the center of the earth or whatever, but we just sat here and read that Apsu was placed in the center of the earth after that big holes bored through the earth.
They call it Apsu or Apsu. Yeah, that's what they call it. That's why they say we have 3 suns.
Okay, so
because of
the black sun, Apsu, and then the sun above.
Apsu, the center is Apsu, sweetheart.
Right. It was placed there. Right.
Well, due to the crash. The plutonium explosion that was in that ship put that motherfucker there, caused it at the center. Hit the center. Run it back. Journey of Nibiru. What page you on when you saw Apsu? What number? What page? Hold on. Pass ozone. Go past 32.
Page
I'm
48.
going for page 48. I got a long way to go. Oh, that's evil. A long way to go.
I was just thinking. So hold on.
Nope, you missed it. It's not 48 yet.
Well, that's the page I'm looking at. Where it's talking about it. Well, maybe not. Yeah, where it's talking about it being placed in the center.
Where it start with the ball of lightning. Find that one. Find the first word that say ball of lightning. Tammuz, you still dancing with us? Tammuz, unmute. Tammuz, did you mute yourself? Because somebody got to get to 48. I'm on 48 now. Find the first word, or J1 or somebody, if you can find the first word that means ball of lightning. 38.
A ball of lightning? No. You said a ball of what?
You read the ball of lightning, because it talks about the plutonium that was on the ship. And that's what happened. Yeah, the plutonium, the ship, one of the 4 winds which is a ship that ended up having to crash straight down the center. There you go, baby. I hear you. All right, you
there it is. It's on page, shit. That's the same page that you said, page 48. It's okay, right there. It says this ball of light, this one, number 116, this ball of light now in the center. Is that some or another part?
This ball of light now in the center. There you go. Was named Apsu. That's the one in the center. Yeah, but that ain't the first ball of light. When he mentioned the ball of light, it's on the ship. It's on the fucking ship.
Is it verse 114? There's the ball of light in the center. Let's see. Verse 114.
Do you have the book in front of you? Don't answer that. That's the most dumbest shit I've ever asked somebody. I hang around Doc too much. That's
okay. Page 44 at verse 113.
Yeah, 44. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Page 44, humans. And not verse 113, because first he's going to talk about in 12 the ball lightning. And right above it, you will see the ship that actually had the plutonium in it. Maybe not. Who's to say? There it is, 99. The impact of the north wind caused Tiamat to split into two parts because of the high explosives that the ship contained called plutonium, right? So start from there. Start from 99 on page 44. I mean, if you want to, because I know I answered your question. Your question was Apsu, and you didn't know, but you did, but you didn't know. But that is the name of the sun in the center of the earth, Apsu, or Af with an AF, or Ap, AP, Su. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm cool with that. So, but my other question is, I just didn't know it was placed in there. Because the only sun I thought was in the center of the earth was the black sun. So is that the same?
Where you get the black sun from?
I don't know. Word black. Shit, I thought we read it some fucking where. It's about the black sun.
I don't know. But, I don't know. But I always know since I was a little girl that Apsu is in the center of the earth by way of the fucking crash. Maybe y'all got other names for the motherfucker. But Apsu because, okay. 3 suns.
Okay.
Apsu, Shamash, and Uttu. Got it? Shamash is the one that's 93 million miles away. Uttu is the other motherfucker, and Apsu is the one in the center, Shambhala. Why the white man called it hell? Because it's hot. It's a lit sun there, and that's due to that. That's Apsu.
I got it right here, Don, about the black sun in the tablet.
Okay.
All it says about it right from what I'm looking at. It says verse, let me tell y'all what page number. Page 1524.
What chapter is it about?
Verse 66.
Okay, just read it for me.
Chapter 16, the underworld.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but it says, however, the aurora borealis is simply a reflection of the central sun, also called the black sun.
Right, and it's also called the black sun. Got it. And it's in there. We read on the aurora borealis a few seconds ago.
So the black sun and the Apsu.
Yeah, they call it the black sun, but it's still Apsu.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, also called the black sun. Yeah.
So now my other question, you said it's 3 suns. So what's the third? What's the 3 suns?
Uttu, UTU, Uttu, UTU, Uttu, Apsu, and Shamash. Yeah. You remember Uttu?
I remember that. Okay.
Yeah.
That was in the first one, the earlier creations that imploded.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Uttu?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know who you're talking about. No, that wasn't that nigga name. But I know who you're talking about.
No, I wasn't saying no nigga name. I thought,
girl, you don't get it. I called that son a nigga. I'm telling you, that wasn't the son name. That wasn't a nigga name. That one you're talking about, I can't think of it right now. But it's going to pop up later, probably in the next chapter, next tablet or 2. Yeah, it's gonna pop up later. Remember, it's like trillions of years ago, that sign. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because this sign is young. Yeah, and it's interesting. One thing I did catch while I was running through that motherfucker so fast is that for the first time ever, reading this shit a million times, the fact that Earth never orbited around the sun until that crash. Did you peep that? Tiamat was not orbiting around Shamash.
Right.
Yeah, until the crash, then all of a sudden she was stuck in Shamash, or the sun you see, orbit, and then her days changed to 365 days. Yeah. Yeah, now she's forced to orbit around that motherfucker. Great day, Neff. How you doing? Yeah. I don't know where that's at because I ran through it so fast, but somebody can skim through it and find that part right there. Yeah, did it say gravitational pull now? Because, you know, man, I was doing a YouTube countdown. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's, I'll tell you, it isn't, okay, we on 44. My page say 44. Ball of Lightning is way after that. Ball of Lightning, page 44. So, yeah, it's on the left-hand side of the page. It is. It's on the left-hand side of the page where it says, I'm going to find that watch. I guarantee it's on the left-hand side. Goddamn. The Grand Canyon. Yep. Now this new planet has 2 suns, one in its belly. 3,906. That's verse 126 from its surface, creating an inner tropical, blah, blah, blah. Shamash, 93 million miles away. Now it's trapped in this new orbit around the outer sun. See, right there, 127. To create is trapped. Yeah, verse 127. Yep. And thus a new time zone was created for this new planet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
And then,
all right,
so,
Gina, you up? I want. No, fuck that. I want Tammuz to do a YouTube countdown. Next, it's just 57 verses. Let's see if Tammuz can do it. He can do Biggie's song. Surely you can do The Origin of the Moon with hype and energy. You ready, Tammuz? The origin of. Oh, anybody else? Anybody got any more questions on that? Journey to Nibiru.
I do real quick.
Come on down, baby.
I know we ain't talking religion right now. This is some science and stuff, but just symbolism, you know, when it comes down to symbolism and religion and stuff, the fact that the sun, you know, that people worship the sun, not worship the sun, but hold the sun up to some high, you know, whatever, but it's not, because it was replaced. It wasn't even there initially. So I'm thinking, how did they get it?
You know what's so interesting? What if those pictures of Egyptian, right, of the Tamarayans, right, when their hands up to the sky, what if they were just sunbathing and mortals took it as they was worshiping?
I ain't really mean worshiping, though. I know
but you get, I get it, but you know what I'm saying? So they started doing that like they're worshiping. But to really get a good sunbathe, you need to lift your hands up so the sun can get underneath your arms and all of that, like a shower. The rays, water of the sun.
Remember that open hand at Yad? That open hand at Yad we was talking about last time meant power. So maybe there's opening hands in the sun energy. And the Yad, you know. You get that
sun power. Yeah, but you have to open up all the way, right? You have to be like literally butt fucking naked, man, with your arms out, hands up, so you can receive all the rays. And they're looking up because Mr. White said you don't look at the sun, you go blind. But the sun has what? Vitamin D. You're supposed to look at the sun. And then, of course, fucking with you in that easy water site, it literally said look up at the sun so your eyes can get it too. Yeah, white man tell you don't look. But I don't know why, but that's when y'all was thinking that you and white people were the same. So, like the white man is your mother and your father telling you what to do and what not to do. But I bet you look at it now. Well, I do. I take my glasses off and I look at it. My vision gets better. Yeah. Anything the white man says, I'm fucking rebelling against it. Like, I'm not afraid of it. I'm not afraid.
They say
I'm
they
not
do
white.
it during the same.
I'm not white, so, you know, I'm not you, Mr. Whitey. I'm me. We are not the same. It's a genetic lie that the only thing different between white people and black people is their skin color. That is a scientific fucking lie. We have melanin and they don't. Listen to me. You see that sun out there? You see this here ground? And they say God don't make mistakes, they say. And they say God created us between this sun and between this ground. Does God make mistakes? No. So why can't white people live underneath the sun? And if there is no difference, then tell me why we can go out and lay on the beach butt-ass motherfucking naked and won't get skin cancer. But a white person will goddamn do it, and the sun will attack their bodies and cause their cells to lack the ability to rebuild themselves. They'll have a disease called cancer, which can kill them. Why? Because they don't belong on the surface of the earth with us. They belong in the caves. Y'all quote Biggie, I quote Dr. York. You know, that nigga shit by heart, nigga. They belong in the caves. They are diseased people. That's why they created a greeting that goes like this. You don't have to touch me. Stop letting them touch you. They have little spots on their hands called liver spots. I know all Dr. York shit. That nigga be doing a diss track, don't he now? That nigga the baddest diss rapper on the planet. That nigga out there, that nigga got some badass diss tracks, man. Anyway, sorry. Look at you lame ass. Why the fuck are y'all mics open? Y'all suck. Can I get some party people on the line, please? Party people. Hey, God damn. God damn, man. I need to get some hood niggas with me. I gotta call them niggas from jail to goddamn be my goddamn co-pilots on the Nibiru Holy Tablet show. This is what happens when you the only motherfucker that don't smoke weed in the circle.
I ain't want to say it.
This what the fuck happens. This what happens.
I didn't want to say it.
Mud's high as fuck. Zena on that shit. And she always, for some fucking reason, every time I knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen because I know you don't know. But look here. I knew it was going to goddamn happen simply because I said, look. Every time, once we get into them damn holy tablets, this bitch light up first. I already knew it. That's why she don't be remembering shit. I didn't remember this. I didn't remember that. I didn't know that. Like, yes, the fuck you did. You're just high right now. You did know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I knew it. I don't like being around y'all weed heads, man. Y'all motherfucker. Ain't no telling what the fuck on you. Ain't no telling how you are assimilating and dissimulating and concentrating the goddamn tablet. Well, fucking with this. I ain't even telling how your brain is taking this shit. How your thought patterns, your normal conscious, your high conscious, your super conscious, and your subconscious is receiving it.
I hear you. I don't know what you're talking about though.
She doesn't know.
before this rotation. That's interesting. You made that's fucking interesting. Yeah.
Oh, that Earth
before the rotation. Yeah, like what was the significance like before?
Yeah, you talking about Earth and ended up in Shamish orbit. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. I like how you changed the subject. Go ahead. Because now, then now you got a whole bunch of religions that's been created from that. The whole Bible.
This is Queen Vita from Memphis 10, and you are listening to WGAG Radio.
Hey, this is Wing Chung of the TWS Archangels, and you're listening to WGAG Radio.
What up, this Young Mayhem, and you tune in to WGAG Radio.
This is Yusuf Bell with Private Side Solutions, and you're listening to WGAG Radio. Keep it locked right here.
Hey, this is Kate. Mama, listen to WGAG Radio.
Hi, this is Denise from Las Vegas, and you're listening to WGAG Radio.
This is Sabir out of North Carolina. I tune in to the Don Nicoleone Show, WGAG Radio.
Yeah, what up? It's the God, Sakim Ra, WGAG Radio, live from Brooklyn, you heard?
Hi, this is Minesweeper from Houston, Texas, and you're listening to WGAG Radio.
What up, people? This is Jah Elohim Bey from Tennessee, and you are listening to WGAG Radio.
What they do, this humble, live, MIA. You now tuning in to the Don Nicoleone Show on WGAG Radio, nigga.
This is 50 and retired, just outside of Chicago, and we listen to the Don Nicoleone Show on WGAG Radio.
Hi, my name is Tawanda Braxton, and of course I'm chilling with my girl, Don Nicoleone.
Hi, I'm Dr. Heavenly Thompson, married to Medicine, and I'm with Don Nicoleone.
I'm Renee Lawless, Catherine Cryer on Tyler Perry's The Haves and the Have-Nots, right here on the Don Nicoleone Show.
Hola, me llamo Tiana. Tú escuchas WGAG Radio.
This is Arrested Development, and we want to shout out WGAG Radio.
Right,
hey. What's up, everybody? It's Dondria Nicole, and you're checking out WGAG Radio.
It's your boy Jahan Jones with WGAG Radio.
Hello, everybody. It's your girl, Demetria McKinney, letting you know that I am hanging out with WGAG Radio. Hi, we're Escape, and you know we're kicking it with WGAG Radio. Hi, I'm Evelyn Braxton. And I'm Trina Braxton from Braxton Family Values, and you are rocking it with WGAG Radio.
What up, y'all? It's Jermaine Dupree, and I'm chilling with WGAG Radio. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Ashley Love Mills, and I'm here with WGAG Radio.
Yo, this is Lorez Tate, and I love you.
What's happening, y'all? This is Ed Lover. You're listening to WGAG Radio. That's right. Keep it locked right here.
This your boy Tony calling from Memphis, Teno. Yeah, man. WGAG motherfucking radio. Shout out to Don Napoleon, the producer, the engineer, the creator, the inception maker. God damn it. The bitch walk a nigga from behind the 8 ball through the circle of time and deep in the reservoir of your motherfucking mind. So if you don't fuck with the Don and you don't fuck with WGAG, you're probably brain dead.
All Eyes on Egypt presents the Holy Tablet, backed by popular demand. Written and transcribed by Dr. Malachi Zodak York-El, the receiver. This is the scripture that is divinely inspired that will bring about a long overdue change. Like the phoenix bird rising up out of its ashes. Up, you mighty people, come forth like Lazarus from the tomb. This tablet is food to feed the hunger and to nourish the soul, to give it strength. Rise up, stand up. Be counted amongst the people of this world. Be the first to get your copy of the Holy Tablets while supplies last. At All Eyes on Egypt, Monticello, Georgia, 706-468-2319. Tune in to the El Holy Tablet Show every Friday and Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on WGAG Radio.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the L's Holy Tablet Show, back to the beginning, Season 4, Episode 43, The Creation of Your Solar System. It is official around this thing, man. Thank everybody for tuning in. So far, so good. You need to call in number. Call in number is 425-569-5274. Great day to everybody on the call lines. Great day to everybody over there on Don Napoleon After Party. That's on paltalk.com. All you got to do is type in the search, paltalk.com, install the app or install it on your PC. Boom. Sign in, sign up, whatever that thing called. Put in your little screen name, little password. Then boom, they download the shit and all that shit. I kind of skipped some of them steps. But then after it's all complete, boom, then type in the search to After Party, and that's where you'll find us at Don Napoleon, baby. Great day to everybody over there in the After Party, man, from the top to the bottom. Great day, my man, Ethereum forever. Hope all is well with you, sweetheart. Got to show some love to Uwana Shanae in the building. Ja Elohim, big day. Great day to you, baby. Special shout out to the one and only Nefertiti surviving the game. Got her oldest at 15. Got to show some love to Zena X, Sister X in the building. Sweet Oshun, J1. Everybody in this motherfucker, man, in the after party, man. What's good with you? And then Nurture 360 over there in Lockdown Radio again. We are officially streaming this Kuluwm L's Holy Tablet Show into Lockdown Radio. So great day to you, baby. Great day. A. Manifesto is in the building. Special shout out to my lady, boss lady, young, black, and ambitious in the building. Patrice 2020. Arishka God. It's official around here, man. Great day, J1. Hope all. Oh shit, Twain Star Double R. Twain, where you been, man? I ain't seen you in the chat room in a long ass time, man. Hope all is well with you and yours. Great day, Sugar P. I see you, baby. How you doing, Sugar P? Hope all is well with you. Sweet Oshun said, grand shadow to all of the WGAG relatives in the building, man. Yup, we are about to get into the creation of your solar system. I'm going to give y'all a heads up, and I'll let y'all know where we at. This is the creation of your solar system, Chapter 1, ISTAKHLAAG, the creation. You already know. And that's Tablet 7. Page 64 of the 3rd edition of the L's Holy Tablet. And before we begin, let me bring in the one and only Sister Zena in the building. Great day, Zena. How you doing today, baby?
Great shadow, doing my best.
Okay, that's what's up. How was your Saturday or your Sabbath so far?
It was wonderful. I was sleepy today, man, but I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's what's up, man. How you feel now? You wired?
No, I'm not. But I'm you know what I'm saying? I'm feeling the show, so I don't really know what it's going to do.
Okay. Boy, how long you been up? What time did you get up?
I woke up about 7 something. When you start playing, I heard Dr. York start playing on the AP. I don't know, that's about 7 something my time. Or
Was
6
that
something,
7?
I don't know. All I know.
Well, I thought
time,
I took it a little bit.
Time.
You know what? I did take it a little bit early because you had some white man telling everybody that the earthquake was coming and we need to warn motherfuckers. So then I turned on Dr. York and I left and came back and realized that you dropped the mic. So I took it. So yeah, that might have been around 7 or before 7. Nope. It had to be around 7. Yeah. So, okay. All right. So, shit, baby. Well, man, I hope I can keep you up, man. Give you some energy. And so we can get this thing popping. Let's bring in Tamuz L to the L Totally Tablet Show. Great day, Tamuz.
Great day, Don. Great day, Zena.
Oh, you so sweet. You're as sweet as you want to be. Look at you, just great damn people. How you doing tonight? You good?
Yes, I feel great. Yeah, I'm doing my best.
Good.
Thank you.
How was your Sabbath?
It was like a restful Sabbath. I got up late and then
okay.
I had to it was a good Sabbath.
You slept it in, right? Slept that thing in. I'm trying to think what the fuck happened to me Friday night, Saturday morning. I know I was tired as fuck, but I had to been doing something. Can't remember, but I was tired. Yeah. But anyway, I was up and at 'em. Just want to put that on record. I'm a kept woman. Be like that. Kept get a bitch up. Great day, Grandma Abka in the building. All right. So, boys and girls, ladies, gentlemen, chicken, dogs, ducks, all that shit in between. Y'all ready to get ready for the El Totally Tablet Show? Y'all ready? It's a short verse right here, so I'm going to run through it real fast, and then anybody, you can, let me see if I can master this countdown, just for the hell of it, and then we'll move on to the next tablet or any questions. You know how this shit go, right? This is the El Totally Tablet Show in Don the Coleon house of WGAG Radio. So just to put on record, man, it is the most explicit rated X show ever. You do what you want to do and when you want to do it. If you want to chime in, the call-in number again is 425-569-5274. If you need a motherfucker, slow it down, rewind it back, or correct us in our ignorance, feel free to do it, please. Thank you so much. Okay, just in case there's a few know-it-alls around this motherfucker, so it's good to have some know-it-alls in the midst of us, so feel free to call in, 425-569-5274. It's kind of not free if you got T-Mobile, AT&T, and what's the other one? Metro PCS and all that shit. They charge you to actually call into this show for some reason. All right, so let's get to it, man. Let's get to the El Totally Tablet 7, the creation of your solar system. If you're not speaking, please mute your background. Thank you so much. Unless you can unmute and say, Don, stop, rewind. All right, El Kuluwm, Tablet 7, the creation of your solar system. Low. 23 billion. Then I don't say no damn 23. Let's do it again. Don the Coleon, take 2. Did that shit all goddamn wrong. Come on, saying it wrong. Let's do it again. The creation of your solar system. Low. 93 billion years ago, your solar system formed out of a gigantic whirling dust cloud and gas as a result of the collapse of that great star Sal. El-Un-El-Un-El, the Most High, El-Ile, or El, or Illa, who is known as simply Allah, Rab, and Yahweh, or Hashem, and Ra, and Anu, all of these names called by religious people. However, he is one and the same. Anu created this universe and the planet called Earth for his blueprint of physical creation, meaning that these two entities, the skies and the earth, mark the beginning of everything to come. It was the spirit of the Most High that controlled everything to quicken and to come into being, come to life. So he is called the light of the galactical heavens and the planet Earth. This marks the time when the explosion came from combining two hydrogen atoms to make helium, and then the combination of two gases, which led to a series of chain reactions exploding, and this was the creation of the Shamish. That cloud of dust and gases existed unformed in the universe. Then it began to collapse. This brought two hydrogen atoms together to form helium. Hydrogen, the most abundant and simplest gas in the universe, is the fuel of the stars, of which there are many kinds. There are binary stars, which are pairs of stars, which revolve around each other, and eclipsing binary stars, which are stars that revolve in such a way that one star blocks the other's light. Great day, lady. Stars such as suns stay hot because of your nucleus changes in their centers. Over a period of time, increasing degrees of contractions and heat occur until reactions in their centers produce intense heat and brightness. In the stellar cores, hydrogen is converted into helium and other heavier elements as 554 million tons of hydrogen change into 550 million tons of helium each second of your sun. The remaining 4 million exploded from the center, giving birth to sunspots or electrical storms on the sun. This was the birth of your sun, originally called Apsu, known today as Shamish or Shamush, by the great ruler Anu, the Most High, the highest. Between these two gases, light, fire, came into being. The sun's energy comes from the changing of hydrogen to helium at a temperature of about 30 million and 175,262 degrees Fahrenheit. Helium burning gives off hydrogen, which in turn make more helium. This is what makes the sun a ball of gas, which is constantly burning. This burning of atoms causes the explosion, also called electrical storms. These storms give off sparks of hydrogen and helium that fling out into the universe. Upon being flung out into the universe, whirling at a tremendous speed, these sparks of burning gas began to cool to a lesser degree of heat, and it settled in different places within the universe. We call these planets, stars, and other galaxies. From your sun's electrical storms came the birth of your solar system, a large universe, a supernova in explosion. This is the third degree of darkness. This explosion caused the reverse action from expansion to retraction that led to the collapse. This supernova was 1 billion light years away at that time. After becoming red giants, supernovas from the word super, meaning above, over, upon, superimpose, superior in size, from the Latin from super, meaning over, above, and the word nova, meaning a star that suddenly becomes much brighter and then gradually returns to its original brightness over a period of weeks to years. From the New Latin, stella, nova, new, star. Nova is feminine, of Latin novus, meaning new. These supernovas collapse upon themselves, producing intense heat and causing their cores to explode. Sometimes an explosion blows the entire star to bits, and other times a lump may still be left to become a neutron star, which is a small star made up entirely of neutrons, a collapsed star of tremendous density. A neutron star is a celestial body, hypothesized to occur in a terminal stage of stellar evolution. It essentially consists of a superdense mass of neutrons that have a powerful gravitational attraction from which only neutrinos and high-energy photons can escape, thus rendering the body invisible except to X-ray detection. Neutron stars have masses of about 1 solar mass and radii of about 10 kilometers, 6.2 miles. Their densities are thought to be about 10 to the power 14 times that of water. Because of their identification with pulsars, rotating neutron stars are thought to have extremely strong magnetic fields on the order of 10 to the power of 12 gausses, compared to a field of 0.2 gauss on Earth and a few thousand gauss in the sunspots. Every time they spin, they give out a flash of energy like a lighthouse. The largest remaining bit of the star may also become so compressed and possess such an intense gravitational pull that it becomes a black hole. At the center of the black hole, the star that died is crushed out of existence by the force of gravity. Black holes give off no light and act like stellar vacuum cleaners, sucking up matter, energy, and energy from space. They can be compared to the effect that is produced when a cup of liquid is stirred at high speed. Once the spoon is removed, a hole is made in the center, like a miniature whirlpool. Floating objects are drawn and sucked into the center. So black holes will absorb any stray matter or energy that passes within a certain range of its horizon, including light. Dwarf stars, which are also dark brown and made of protons, novas, and stars that explode and become thousands of times brighter and then becomes dim. A white dwarf is a small white star with a large amount of material packed into an extremely small space. A white dwarf star is about the size of the Earth, but weighs as much as the sun. The weight of the sun's outer layers compress the gas of the innermost region to a destiny. Nope, it don't say no damn destiny. Do it again. The weight of the sun's outer layer compress the gas of the innermost region to a density about 100 times that of water and raises the central temperature to about 15 million K. That's 27 million degrees Fahrenheit. Then there are the supernovas, an extremely bright star exploding suddenly appearing in the sky, generally decreasing rapidly in brightness. Giants have a relatively large radius for its mass and temperature, and supergiants are any relatively enormous star with a greater magnitude than a giant star. Their lifetimes are short in comparison to other stars. Some of the smaller stars are called neutron stars, which are made up entirely of neutrons, a collapsed star of tremendous density. A light year is the distance light can travel in 1 year. Light travels at approximately 186,272 miles per second over a period of 365 days of the solar year. And then there is a lunar year of 354 days at a solar year. That means light travels 5,874,273,792. Oh, I did it wrong. Let's do it again. That means light travels, 5,874,000,000. That's still wrong. 5,874,273,792,000 miles per second each. 31,536. God damn it, let's do it again. That means, that shit 5 trillion, shout it. 44. A light year is the distance light can travel in 1 year. Light travels at approximately 186,274 miles per second over a period of 365 days of the solar year. And then there is a lunar year of 354 days at a solar year. That means light travels 5,874,273,793,000 miles each second, or miles per second each 31,536,000 years. This supernova was a part of a cluster. All clusters move away from each other. A cluster is one of many groups in which galaxies exist. 19 to be exact, on this side of the massive black hole, whose vortex opens every 10 Earth years. This vortex allows you to travel interdimensionally through these portals in time and space, which open on Earth every 10 years that ends with the number 3. because time is speeding up. You get caught in time. For instance, the last time was 1993. Actually, the last time was 2013, 14, 15, 16, yeah. And this time coming is 2023. Let's go back to where it started. 1983, 1973, 1963, 1953, and 1943, when the opening of the vortex with the invention of a time machine in the Philadelphia experiment. The next year would be 2023. Your time warp started in 1940 with the Philadelphia incident. This experiment is what caused the vortex to open up, causing extraterrestrials to come into this dimension because of the magnetic pull from the big generators that supplied the energy for the Invisibility Project in Philadelphia. The vortex can be opened by extraterrestrials from the 6th density level from their time reference. And one such incident occurred on June 6, 1966, which was the birth date of 13 sons who were born to the devil. All types of malevolent beings came through to Earth during this time. The Philadelphia experiment was an experiment to accomplish teleportation of a warship, the USS Eldridge, from Philadelphia to a dock near Norfolk, Virginia, by using Albert Einstein's unified field theory. This experiment originally began in the 1930s in Chicago, Illinois, with a team of scientists. A strange phenomenon happened where 2 Navy men, Alfred Billick and Duncan Cameron, jumped over the side of the Eldridge, and they landed in Montauk in Long Island, New York. Where the scientists went wrong was they didn't take into consideration that the sailors all had emotional involvements at the time of the experiment. So in trying to link up the USS Eldridge, an object, versus the biorhythms of a living entity, the human body, and the Earth, which had its 1/2 peak at that time, caused the problem. The scientists had no understanding of the human psychic, love, nor the metaphysics of the Earth that also has a biorhythm like a human body, because it also is a living entity. Also, everybody there had a 0 time reference, different from everyone else. These factors caused the strange phenomena that occurred on the ship. All humans have a time reference. Now they're locked at 0 time reference, which is a set time created during the beginning of an experiment. For humans, it is the point at which every individual is conceived, and it continues on to the gestation period until they're born. It is locked to the time stream, as he calls it, and is locked so that he can relate to society and civilization around him and flow at the same rate as everyone else, and has a reference that remains with him throughout his or her life until he or she dies, at which the soul goes on and can come back, reincarnate theoretically in the past or future. But this time reference is sometimes fragile. When you start pumping megawatts of power and actually pulse to the gigawatt region, the type of energies that will affect the psyche, mind, and spirit, you disrupt these references. So what happened was the reference of the individual is disrupted, but are within the ship's field, so they are not lost. They don't float off into space at that point. But when the ship's field comes down and those individual references are below and behind the barrier, which was the hull of the ship in the radio room where Duncan and Bellick were, they were in between these shields that are against magnetic energy. This interdimensional travel is nothing new. We have been doing this for millions of years, which allow beings from other worlds, galaxies, or universes to incarnate here. Let me explain. Most of the crafts exposed to you here on Earth are designed aerodynamically, showing you that they were created and built right here for this atmosphere, or there would be no need for their saucer ships, which is to cut its way through the air. However, the Nuberian fleet are crafts that travel to and fro in time and space and even interdimensionally, altering time by facilitating principle of now. Once you're moving faster than the speed of light. After a universe collapses in its center or contracts, it expands, which is an explosion called a Big Bang, producing the sound ha, from which the word khalaq, create, comes. This occurrence of contraction and expansion is something that happens all the time, which is also why there is no real line of division between galaxies. They overlap each other the way bubbles connect to each other. So, just as planets do. It is the same sound that each being that comes into this world, as the womb contracts to yield for birth, and the baby gurgles out gra or kha, remembering the sounds of chaos in creation. As one thing comes into existence, it fractures other things to form itself. It's a gradual process of development in the womb, as the sounds of an octave. Each C note of each octave is the same C note vibrating on a higher or lower scale called tones. An octave is 8 notes, and all of the sounds, inclusive of sharps and flats, within one octave is 13. The ninth point in the actual birth and the new being creates for the first time for all to hear his or her own tone. Such is the way of the universe and galaxies. Now, each universe begins expanding and growing larger until it reaches a point where it bounces off of other expanding universes and begins to contract. This is only to collapse and explode again, creating or reconstructing new universes. Atoms and cells all do the exact same thing the human body does. It grows and expands until it collapses. You call it death, which is merely a sickness that can be cured. So the universe does the exact same thing. It dies. When a universe dies, it explodes and causes the reverse of an expansion. The space between galaxies is always getting bigger. So billions of years ago, galaxies were closer and closer before expanding. There had to be a point of starting. This would have all the galaxies crunched together into a small space. This would have been 76 trillion years ago. The small dot or nugget exploded, and this was called the Big Bang, resulting from the expanding, then collapsing of the universe. This sound is ka, which disturbs the ayun tone of the original. This caused the explosion of positive, low-pitched tones, dark tones, and negative forces, high-pitched tones, bright tones, causing the negative and positive forces to clash into each other by the will of Elunel, who is outside of your time zone. Your time zone is second to second, minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day. Yet each day of your days is 1,000 years to Elunel's day, making it hard for you to understand just how Elunel exists. For the pure sound of aum or aum, which predates the bang, is covered in the chaos of creation. And you must seek this tone to realign yourself. Each individual born vibrates. Each individual born vibrates, has a tone within an octave, and there are various octaves to complete the full scale of sound. And sound vibrates from conception to decline, to end, which registers it in time. Each individual has a zero time reference and tone reference and vibrational level. Yet you exist all in what's called set time, which exists within real time. That is each individual's real time, their point of origin. All hearts do not beat like a metronome at exact beats per second. Sound flows and is utilized, cut on and cut off. Life flows and is utilized, cut on and cut off. El's time does not have a then, only a now. Whereas each individual is at the point of now and looks back at multiple thens and look forward to multiple thens. Thus, on both sides of present, you'll find past and future. That was at the very beginning, not the beginning. The time, El Wagut, El Asr. It says in the El's Holy Quran in the 13th degree, which has been changed to the 183rd degree, verse 1 through 3, pertaining to the time when the Enoshite soul will be squeezed from his body and is overcome by death. And it says, and the squeezing of Enoshite soul, it will be squeezed from his body. Surely there is the age when the Enochites are overcome by defeat, except for those who are faithful and work to perfect their being and are advocates of patience. By the measurement of time when it begins and when it ends, to humans, your reference of time began at the creation of this planet, then called Tiamat, to Ki, and now Earth from Eridu. Time does not move forward, nor has it come from behind. It has always been. Time does not ascend upward, nor has it descended from above. Time is now. Now is the time. Time is. Then now is not then. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm mute. See if I can mark that shit real quick, ran through it. All right, you want to rewind it? Take it back to chapter 7. Take our time. Boys and girls, anybody? Yay, nay? Y'all done went to sleep?
No, what you said? You gonna rewind it?
I said, would you like to rewind it and take our time and go backwards? All right, well, real quick, the Philadelphia experiment. You want to talk about that?
Okay.
You want to talk about the Philadelphia experiment? How the zero time reference was tricked and altered because of 1944, the USS Eldridge trying to do the invisibility project. This is how the vortex opens every 10 years. You know what I'm saying? You know what? I will say this for those who don't give two fucks, but I'm going to say it anyway. I didn't know that when that shit opens up, it's about to open up in 2023 again. I didn't know that it allowed for that you can interdimensional travel at that time. It says it. It's my first time ever hearing that part. This interdimensional travel is nothing new. You know, okay. Anyway, so you want to go to the, you know about the Philadelphia experiment, right?
I remember reading it. Yes, I remember reading it years ago. Yeah.
Okay, did you ever watch it? They did a movie, came out in the 80s called The Philadelphia Experiment.
No, I didn't.
Well, you get a chance, watch it, because he's explaining that part, like on verse 68. You know what I'm saying? When he talks about that Beacon and Bellick was in the radio room and shit, and the whole of the ship, that they show that part in the Philadelphia Experiment in the movie. So you have an idea. And also, boys and girls, guess who else was part of the Invisibility Project? Donald Trump's uncle. He was there with Paul Newman. Sorry, is it Paul Newman? Von Neumann, Einstein, Tesla. He was there with Tesla, Einstein. No, not Einstein. Tesla. Because he's a physicist too. Trump uncle. Did you know that?
No.
Oh, it's a lot I have to speed you up on. Yeah, Trump, they actually gave Trump uncle, after Tesla and his time travel shit, right? Nikola Tesla. When they raided Nikola Tesla's house and took all his blueprints and machines and shit he was doing, the government couldn't figure out how that shit worked. So they gave all that shit to Donald Trump's uncle to figure out. So what Donald Trump's uncle told the government was it was bullshit and it wasn't nothing, really wasn't nothing to find. But Donald Trump's uncle built that fucking time machine. Shortly after that is when the United States also had Donald Trump's uncle working on the invisibility project, which y'all call the Phoenix Project. You know what I'm saying? Or the Rainbow Project. You got it? That's what we're talking about, the Philadelphia experiment. Had him on it too. Had Donald Trump's uncle working on it. Nikola Tesla on it. Von Neumann on it. And a few other. And the reason why they had Bielik Nerta and Duncan, reason why they had Bielik and Duncan, go find out who their fathers are. You know what I'm saying? And you'll see why they also had them two guys, Bielik and Duncan, involved in the Philadelphia experiment, or the Invisibility Project. You know what I'm saying? You'll find out who their fathers are and their sons. Those two guys, they're Duncan and Cameron. And Bielik. They were also astrophysicists of some kind, so that's why they had them on there. But their fathers, some big names, also just not famous. Only the government knows they exist. Interesting enough, also, you rejects, that I think it's either Beacon or Duncan. That motherfucker, after the Philadelphia experiment, all the way up to probably like 2009 or 10 or 12 or 13 or 14. He started doing interviews about this, the Philadelphia experiment, the Invisibility Project, and you can actually find them on YouTube. He do sit-downs explaining all that happened during that time. And who would have known? You thought it was a goddamn movie for entertainment, but it actually was real. Yep. Okay. He go around doing that shit. Talking about what all happened and shit. Because if you watch it, the Philadelphia experiment, they came out with another one like the year 2000 or something to throw a motherfucker off. Tamuz. You know what I'm saying? Something like a new Philadelphia. Don't watch that bullshit. That's garbage. Watch the old one that dropped in the 80s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it also when they came out and their bodies were the atoms or the molecules was expanding, like they was it was going in and out. Yeah. Watch that one though, baby. I might have to watch it again and shit. And I'll tell you something else. The man from Planet Risk gives a hell of a lot more details. You know what I'm saying, than in the tablets. That's about the last you're going to hear from that, about the Philadelphia experiment. Because it deals with all the scientists involved. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, they got a hand in that shit. And the president and, you know what I'm saying, the general and shit like that. And they were able to make the ship disappear and land in Virginia. Yeah, and not land in Virginia, but yeah. They did. That's where everybody gets the Heart Project, the Rainbow Project, the Philadelphia experiment. That's where it all comes from. The Phoenix Project. You know what I'm saying? The Phoenix, Rainbow Phoenix. Yeah, that's where everybody get it from. The word Rainbow Project, Heart Project, all that type of shit. it all started with the Philadelphia experiment. From there, they knew exactly what to do.
Okay.
Yep. And a lot of them were German scientists, because it's still during a time where, you know what I'm saying, after the whole Nazis and shit, of course, your white guys who run the government during the 40s, they were Germans anyway. And so they were able to grab the same Nazis to start working on this side of the fence. And so a lot of them were Nazis, helping with the unified field theory of unified theory of Albert Einstein, and a lot of the great some great physicists and astrophysicists and mathematicians pulled that shit off. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
You said it's the one. You said it's the one in 1980.
Yeah, the one that
experiment?
came out in the 80s. Yep. Type in Philadelphia Experiment 1980s, the movie. And yeah, watch that one. Don't watch that shit that came out, I think came out in late 90s or early 2000s or mid 2000s. Don't watch that one. That shit bullshit. Bullshit. Yeah. Yeah. And check out, you know what I'm saying, I think it's Duncan or Bielik, one of them motherfuckers, but type both of their names in YouTube, not at the same time or maybe at the same time, and you'll see a string of interviews that one of them did, you know, had sit-downs explaining all that shit that happened. So this would cause the vortex to take place. So if you get a chance, we could go back to, if you want to read it, how this vortex and the zero time reference. So, because I know I rushed through it. So if you go to, I'm talking to you, Tammuz. So if you go to verse 47 on page 66 and read from there, and you'll have and then, you know what I'm saying, you can probably just have some more, you know, just read it if you want to read the whole Philadelphia and the vortex. Yeah.
Okay. Verse 47. Okay. Okay, Kuluwm. This vortex allows you to travel interdimensionally through these portals in time and space, which open on Earth every 10,000 years. That ends with the number
10.
Oh,
every 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll read that again. This vortex allows you to travel interdimensionally through the portals in time and space, which open on Earth every 10 years. That ends with the number 3, because time is speeding up.
Wait, I just want to say that's my first time hearing that part, that the vortex that opens up here every 10 years, you could travel interdimensionally. That's my first time actually catching that shit. Allows you to travel interdimensionally. You know what interdimensionally means, right?
Yeah, different dimensions, like first, second, third dimension, fifth dimension, yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's about to open up in 2023 in a couple of 2 more years. Yeah.
Right.
Which is another reason why they're trying to stop it by, you know, go to the bar, get your drink spiked.
Ah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't go out, so it's cool.
Okay. All right, let's go. Go back to 47, because he does say because time is speeding up, you get caught in time.
Okay. This vortex allows you to travel interdimensionally through these portals in time and space, which open on Earth every 10 years. That ends with the number 3. Because time is speeding up, you get caught in time. For instance, the last time was 19. For instance, the last time was 1993 AD of the Gregorian calendar. Let us go back to where it started. 1983, 1973, 1963, 1953, and 1943, when the opening of the vortex with the invention of time, with the invention of a time machine in this Philadelphia experiment. The next year of the opening of the vortex will be 2003 AD.
Actually, 2023. It's just common sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The book was finished in '94. So yeah, but it's actually 2023 now. That's the next year of the opening.
Gotcha.
Right? Yeah, because we already passed 2003 and 2013, so it's 2023 now. Yeah.
Your time warp started in 1940 AD with the Philadelphia incident. This experiment is what caused a vortex to open up, causing extraterrestrials to come into this dimension because of the magnetic pull from the big generators that supply the energy for the invisible project in Philadelphia. The vortex can be opened by extraterrestrials from the sixth density from their time reference. And one such incident occurred on June 6, 1966 AD, which was the birth date of 13 sons who were born to the devil.
We can stop there for 12 seconds. That's why he said the beings or the extraterrestrials on the sixth density. They're on the sixth density of the physical, the sixth density of the mental and spiritual. They're on the sixth density and the plane of force. So when 1966 hit, they called it the year of the child. That's when they started coming out with Damien, the Omen, Rosemary Baby, and all that type of shit. Shortly after those sons, 13 of them was born in 1966, June 6th. Yeah.
I never knew it was 13 sons.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. 55. All types of malevolent beings came through the earth during this time.
Mm-hmm.
Philadelphia experiment was an experiment to accomplish teleportation of a warship, the USS Elridge, from Philadelphia to the docks near Norfolk, Virginia, by using Albert Einstein's unified field theory. This experiment originally began in 1930 in Chicago, Illinois, with a team of scientists. A strange phenomenon happened where two Navy men, Alfred Billick and Duncan Cameron, jumped over the side of the Elridge, and they landed in Montauk in Long Island, New York. Where the scientists went wrong was that they didn't take into consideration that the sailors all had emotional involvements at the time of the experiment. So in trying to link up an object versing the biorhythm of a living entity, the human body and the earth, which had its half peak at that time, caused the problems. The scientists had no understanding of human psychic, love, nor the metaphysics of the earth that has also had a biorhythm like a human body, because it also is a living entity. Let me read that again. The scientists had no understanding of the human psychic, love, nor the metaphysics of the earth that has also a biorhythm like the human body, because it is also a living entity. So we're talking about the earth as a living entity as well as the living body. Okay. Also, everybody there had a zero time reference different from everyone else. These factors caused the strange phenomenon that occurred on the ship. All humans have a time reference. Now that they are locked at a zero time reference, which is a set of time created during the beginning of an experiment. For humans, it is the point at which every individual is conceived, and it continues on to the gestation period until they are born. You know, can I stop here? Like when you first read this, it seemed like when we get to the gas station, though, was it solid, liquid, gas? Is that being born again? When it says for humans, it is their point of time. Oh, excuse me. For humans, it is the point at which every individual is conceived, and it continues on to the gestation period until they are born. So, I'm just trying to remember how it linked in with this time reference thing. Like, oh, they're talking about the beginning.
What link?
When they talked about, let's see, time reference, factors, of course.
Right, because at verse 61, there is still talking about the Philadelphia experiment, right?
Right.
And explaining how it fucked up the human psyche. You know what I'm saying? And so, boom, in 62, also just adding that there had everybody there on the ship had a zero time reference, different from everyone else, right? Then 63, all humans have a time reference. Now they're locked at zero time reference. You get it?
Right.
Right. So all humans have a time reference, but now they're locked at a zero time reference, which is a set time created during the beginning of an experiment. Right. And that's how we ended up getting our zero time reference after that situation took place. For humans, it is the point at which every individual is conceived, right?
In the womb, right?
And it continues on to the gestation period until they're born. So that is your set time reference.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, because you are alive in the womb. That's your conception. Got it? So you're not dead for 9 months and then come out the pussy and now all of a sudden you 1 day old. That don't make sense. Exactly.
Right.
So yeah, that your time starts on earth in conception, inside the womb.
Got it. Okay.
And the next stage is gestation, and the next stage is birth.
Okay, what's the gestation? Oh, gestation. I'm thinking gas station, like ghost or gas. Well, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Gestation. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And just to be even more clear, gestation is just what? The birth period? Gestation?
It's the process of, this is the definition for it, it's the process of carrying or being carried in the womb between conception and birth. So you have conception, and then you have gestation, then you have birth, then you have decay, and then you have death. Those are the stages.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's conception, gestation, birth, decay, and death.
is what Mr. Whitey called it. Those are the 5 stages. So after you're born, once you come out the womb, you start to decay at that point, according to Mr. Whitey. And then after fully decaying, there's death. And then, boom, the cycle starts back again. Conception, birth, gestation, birth, decay, and death. And then, boom, back to birth again. Back to conception.
Okay.
Over and over again. That's why a lot of this shit is deja vu to you.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's your, for humans, it is the point at which every individual is conceived, and it continues on to the gestation period until they're born. So that is your set time. Now we all locked, or your time reference, but that's your set time. Now we all also have a 0 time reference when they did the invisibility experiment.
Okay. All right. Continue.
Yes.
Okay. 65. It is locked to the time stream as he called it. Okay, excuse me. It is locked to the time stream as he calls it. And it is locked so that he can relate to society and civilization around him and flow at the same rate as everyone else, and has a reference that remains with him throughout his or her life until he or she dies. At which the soul goes on and can come back, reincarnate theoretically in the past or the future. But this time reference is sometimes fragile when you start pumping megawatts of power and actual pulse to the gigawatt region. The type of energies that will affect the psychic, mind, spirit, you disrupt these references.
You disrupt these references. So he's talking about the Philadelphia experiment, what they did in 1944. That right there. Right. Pumping gigawatts and power and shit. Yeah.
So what happened was the reference of the individual is disturbed. It's disrupted.
It's disrupted.
Disrupted. But are within the ship's field.
He's talking about the time reference. Yeah, the time reference of the individual is disrupted. All that shit.
So they are not lost. They do not float off into space.
Within the ship's field, they are not lost. I interrupted you, so we didn't hear that part about within the ship's field. Sorry.
No. Okay. 68. They don't float off into space at the same point. But when the ship's field comes, they don't float off into space at that point. But when the ship's field comes down and those individual references are below and behind the barrier, which was in the hull of the ship, in the radio room where Duncan and Bellick were, they were in between these shields that are against magnetic energy.
That's why you need to watch the movie, and you will see exactly where they were when that shit happened.
Okay. All right. This interdimensional travel is nothing new. We have been doing this for millions of years, which allows beings from other worlds, galaxies, or universes to incarnate here. Let me explain. Most of the crafts exposed to you here on Earth are designed aerodynamically, showing you that they were created and built right here for this atmosphere, or they would not be no need for their saucer ship, which is to cut its way through the air. Okay. However, the Nibirian fleet are crafts that travel to and fro in time and space and interdimensionally, altering time by facilitating the principle of now. Once
but
you're
when
moving fast,
when the Biru comes, it alters time by facilitating the principle of now. Y'all get that? Kind of like to balance this shit back or put it back regular. You know what I'm saying? Back like it is. And you'll find out because they only operate in now. They don't do no then from the past and then to the future. They only deals with now. Now is their time. Their time is now. Your time is later. Later on, then. Back then. Type shit. So you said by facilitating the principle of now. Yeah, altering time by facilitating the principle of now, which is why time is sped up. Go ahead.
once you're moving faster than the speed of light. After a universe collapse in this 72. After a universe collapses in its center or contracts. After a universe collapses in its center or contracts, it expands, which is an explosion called a Big Bang, producing the sound ka from the word
Kalod,
from which the word color create color. Okay. I'm used to seeing that G with a Q, not with a G.
Okay.
Color create comes. This occurrence of contraction and expansion is something that happens all the time, which is also why there is no real line of division between galaxies. They overlap each other the way bubbles connect to each other, just as the planets do.
Just as the planes do. The plane. And he's saying the plane of Nasut, the spiritual plane, the plane of force, the plane of the mental plane, the plane of reality, the plane of divine reality, the plane of truth, all the way up to Lahut, or the plane of El Kuluwm, the doorway to El Kuluwm. Yeah, he's saying those planes, just as planes do.
So they all so we can be, so it's almost saying that you could be on all of them, you can be aware of all of them at the same time? Because they connect to each other?
Yeah, they all connected. Yeah. They like, if you draw a circle and then you connect the circle, you know what I'm saying? Another circle, just somewhere connected. So there's like circles, like bubbles. You know what I'm saying? How they all connect. Right. That's how the planes are. But on the physical plane and the mental plane and the spiritual plane, the plane of force, is all around, depending on the lower planes of the mental plane. After you go up higher than the plane of force, up higher than the mental plane, like the plane of truth or the plane of divine reality, the plane of force is not there. The plane of force only operates basically on the physical and the mental and the spiritual, because thoughts are magnetized as well, and spirits are attracted to you, magnetic attraction, by way of your personality. And the laws of attraction governs the plane of force. So thoughts are magnetizing to you, spirits are magnetizing to you, and the flesh or physical things are magnetizing to you by way of the plane of force until you go up higher of the higher planes of the mental plane. That's where the last tip of the plane of force is there. And the tip of the spiritual plane and the tip of the physical plane, where the plane of force all is at. Yeah. That's how you get thoughts. Because of magnetic attraction, laws of attraction on the plane of force. That's why people come to you, because of laws of attraction on the physical plane. That's why you get possessed, because of laws of attraction on the spiritual plane. How else do you can get a spirit and also form an exorcism, and another spirit will come in because of attraction. We got to have a spirit in us. If not, you know what I'm saying, our body wouldn't be animated. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Yeah. So this is why we get walk-ins. Well, we call them walk-ins. Yeah. Based off our personality, and the thought that we receive.
Right.
Yeah, which is why we got to be mindful of our thoughts before we swallow them, because that's inviting a spirit that may vibrate on a very low spiritual plane, or that vibrates on the 6th density of the spiritual plane. That's why some people are walking demons.
Yeah.
Yeah, a spirit is nothing more than nothing more than an incarnation. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know what I'm saying, an incarnation, if you break the word down, cardinal. So something has come in to the cardinal body. So a spirit can incarnate. Flesh cannot incarnate. Only the wind can come in. And another word for spirit is wind.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why, as symbolic as the story of the serpent or Halal coming in the garden, he kissed them by way of a kiss, and he put himself into, and this isn't always happens, but he put himself into, the people that were in the garden, and the last person he used was Nekebo's best friend, and he used it by way of basically breathing himself in her mouth and taking over her body. That part that's going to come up, I think that's maybe chapter 3 or 4, but that would be an incarnation. He incarnated into Nekebo's friend. He took over her body. That's an incarnation.
Wasn't they doing that in that movie Deja Vu with Denzel? That spirit was jumping through breath?
That's Azazel. That's Azazel.
Oh.
That's not Deja Vu. Yeah, that's in Fallen. That's the movie Fallen. And that spirit is named Azazel. Yes. Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And they show it where the wind blows. They literally show that shit. That's crazy. They show, you can't see the wind blow, but you'll see the trees. That's how they kept showing it. You know what I'm saying? And leaves will blow. Yeah, it's the wind. Yeah. Because technically spirit means nothing but wind.
73. It is the same sound that each being that comes into this world.
Oh, and one more thing. Religion means to breathe. Ain't that something? If you look it up all the way, go all the way back to the beginning, it means to breathe. Yep. And again, you go to Genesis and it says what? He breathed the breath of life and man became a living spirit or a living soul. You know what I'm saying? It's the breath. And incarnated into man in the image and after the likeness. Boom, breathed himself into man. See? All spirits, and the spirit of God moved upon the face of the deep. The spirit of God put itself into man. The spirit. Yeah. So spirits are occupying every body, every dirt body, every human body, every animal. You know what I'm saying? Everything, every bird of the sky. You know what I'm saying? Every fish of the sea, there is a spirit, a wind in them.
That's right.
Yeah. If not, they'll be dead. The body wouldn't animate. The spirit is like the battery in a sense. So it can animate the body, the wind.
The wind. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. So everybody has a spirit, but not everybody has a soul. Okay, sir.
No, you good. 73. It is the same sound that each being that comes into this world. As the womb contracts to yield for birth, and the baby gurgles out ga or ka, remembering the sound of chaos in creation. As one thing comes into existence, it fractures other things from itself to form itself.
Yep, that's a bad part right there. As one thing comes into existence, it fractures other things to form itself. And it puts you in the mind of you in the womb of your mother, right? You're coming into existence, yet her body is fractured. Yeah. As one thing comes into existence, it fractures other things to form itself. Yep.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Got it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. It is a gradual process of development in the womb, as the sound of an octave. As the sounds of an octave. Each C note of each octave is the same C note vibrating on a higher or lower scale called tones. An octave is 8 notes, and all of the sounds inclusive of sharps and flats within one octave is 13. Okay. The 9th point is the actual birth, and the new being creates for the first time for all to hear his or her own tone. Such is the way of the universe and galaxies. Now, each universe begins expanding and growing larger until it reaches a point where it bounces off each other expanding universes.
Where it bounces off of other expanding universes. So you have universes that are already expanding, right? So when one universe expands and grow larger until it reaches a point where it bounces off of other expanding universes and it begins to contract like the womb of a mother, contractions.
Oh, okay.
And it expands. Yeah, that's it. Universe is a she, not a he. Does the same thing. So then, boom, it begins to contract and it bounces off of other expanding universes. This is only to, go ahead.
Collapse and explode again, creating or reconstructing new universes.
Yep.
This is only to collapse and explode again, creating or reconstructing new universes. Atoms and cells all do the exact same thing, and the human body does. That don't sound like.
Atoms and cells do the exact same thing the human body does. It grows and expands until it collapses. You call it death. Yep, atoms and cells do the same thing. We have atoms in us, we have cells in us, and there's atoms and cells outside of us. And so universes and all of that type of shit and planets are made of atoms and cells as well. So the human body does the same thing. It grows and expands until it collapses. You call it death.
Which is merely a sickness that can be cured.
Yep. Death is a sickness that can be cured. All you got to do is stop decaying.
Mm-hmm.
All you got to do is stop decaying, because that's the last stage before death is decay. So keep an eye on your fingernails, your skin, your toes, and shit like that. Parts of your body that started having that black on that shit. That's a sign of decay. And death is surely coming after. You know that black ass toenail you got? That's a sign of decay.
Okay. So the universe does the same thing. It dies. When a universe dies, it explodes and causes reversal of an expansion. The space between galaxies is always getting bigger. So billions of years ago, galaxies were closer and closer before expanding. Before 81, there had to be a point of starting. There had to be a point of starting. This would all have the galaxies crunched together into a small space. This would have been 76 trillion years ago. The small dot, or Nagut, exploded, and this was called the Big Bang, resulting from the expanding, then collapsing of the universe. This sound is Ka, which disturbs the ayun, which disturbs the ayun tone of the original. This caused the explosion of positive, low-pitched tones, dark tones, and negative forces. Let me read that again. 83. This caused the explosion of positive, low-pitched tones, dark tones, and negative forces, high-pitched tones, bright tones, causing the negative and positive forces to clash into each other by the will of Ilyun El, who is outside of your time.
On 79, the ninth point, on 76, the ninth point is the actual birth, and the new being creates for the first time for all to hear his or her own tone. Such is the way of the universe. Right. Get it? So with the explosion or the Big Bang, it caused the explosion of positive, low-pitched tones, dark tones. And it also caused the explosion of negative forces, high-pitched tone, bright tones, causing the negative and positive forces to clash into each other. So, all the people with them high-pitched tones, and your devil friend loves to sing and find anybody who can sing in them high-pitched tones.
Right.
Yeah. Which is why they put Michael Jackson on hormone pills. He was younger. So he can stay in that pitch. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So dark tones and low pitch are positive forces.
Right.
And high tones and bright tones are negative forces clashing into each other. Mm-hmm.
By the will of Ilyun El, was outside of your time zone. Your time zone is second to second, minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day. Yet, each day of your days is 1,000 years to Ilyun El's day, making it hard for you to understand just how Ilyun El exists. For this pure sound of Om.
That's actually about 16 or 18 seconds.
What is?
Each day of your days is 1,000 years to Ilyun El's day. So every 18 seconds of your day, or 16 or 17, I can't remember. We did the math a long time ago, but I know it's in one of the teens, either 16, 17, or 18, your 19 seconds. Yeah, that's how fast their day on risk is, or any other place outside. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it's 1,000 years to your day. So every 18 seconds, they've already finished 1,000 years or some shit. Well, 18 seconds, 18 seconds is their hour.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is why when you stay up for 72 hours, you're in between the tick and the tock, that space. That's where they all reside at, is in between that tick and the tock, that space. Tick, tock, tick, tock. That space between the tick and the tock. That's where you'll find them. So by the time you do your 72 hours, look like you did because you told me the other day. But yeah, you do your 72 hours, you now is in between the tick, tock, tick, tock. You're in between that right there, that space. Yeah, so these intergalactical beings, they exist on the rest of your time. See, tick, and then there's a rest, tock, and then there's a rest, tick, tock. Yeah, and yeah, that's why it's important to stay up for 72 hours. Not important for everybody though, but it's important to stay up for for 72 hours, because then you're in between the tick and the tock, and you can actually have a conversation with those beings. Tick, tock. That's in between the tick and the tock.
Right.
Or they'll have a conversation with you.
Mm-hmm.
So 85. Do it again.
Okay. Yet each day of your days is 1,000 years to Ilion L's day, making it hard for you to understand just how Ilion L exists. For the pure sound of Om, which predates the bang, is covered in the chaos of creation, and you must seek its tone, Om, to realign yourself. Each individual born vibrating has a tone which within a octave.
Each individual born vibrates. Nothing in the universe rests. So each individual born vibrates. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where we at?
And has a tone at the top?
Within, yes. It has a tone within an octave. And there are various octaves to complete the full scale of sound. And sound vibrates from conception to decline to end, which registers its which registers it in time. Let me read that again. And there are various octaves to complete the full scale of sound, and sound vibrates from conception to decline to end, which registers it in time. Each individual will have a zero time reference and tone reference and vibrational level, yet you exist all in what's called set time, which exists within real time. That is each individual's real time. Their point of origin.
Real time is your point of origin. You in set time, which exists within real time, and each individual's real time is their point of origin. That's your real time.
Right. All hearts do not beat like a metronome.
That's like in music when you hear, depending on if it's four measures, beats, like let me see. That's how the metronome sound.
Okay.
When you're making music from scratch, then you add your snare, either on the beat or in between the space. Yeah, the metronome, like a metronome at exact beats per second. Yeah, 4 beats per 4 seconds type shit. 4x4, 4/4, or 4 You know what I'm saying? Or 8 beats when they double up the metronome.
Mm-hmm.
And the heartbeat kind of supposed to sound like this.
Mm-hmm.
Some heartbeat sound. Yeah, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all hearts do not beat like a metronome at exact beats per second. Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
Which is why you need to not really trust Mr. Whiteman's heartbeat procedures, you know, when they listen to your heart, because all hearts don't beat. So they say, oh, you have a skip in your heart and all that dumbass shit. All hearts don't beat at the exact beats per second, motherfucker. That's why you got no business going to them.
Is that also...
Now they'll tell you something wrong with you.
Is that also contributed to a murmur when they try to tell you have a heart murmur because the beats is off? And I think
maybe so, yeah.
Yeah, I think I had a friend and they said he had a heart murmur, but that was just I think they were saying it was an irregular
heartbeat. As a matter of fact, it pops up in the Holy Tablets, if I'm not mistaken, and it basically. Did anybody remember when it spoke about murmur? A soft, indistinct sound made by a person or group of people speaking quietly or at a distance. Damn, I don't know if it was a spirit. Yeah, I think it is a spirit. Yeah, that gets inside those people. It's in the tablets. Yeah, that take possession. Because remember, we're talking about wind, breath. You know what I'm saying? Got it? Yeah, it's a spirit, because it was, we were reading that. Does that sound familiar, J1, or some shit? We were reading that, and they said that self-guided had a heart murmur or some old shit, and all of a sudden it popped up in the Holy Tablets of how heart murmurs calms, and I think it has something to do with a spirit. Some old shit, but heart murmur is an abnormal extra sound during the heartbeat cycle made by blood moving through the heart in this valve. So it must be in between that rest, it makes that extra one. Like some shit like that. It's an extra sound. That's all it's doing. During the heartbeat cycle made by blood moving through the heart. Yeah. But I think now we got to still keep reading the Holy Tablets. It'll pop up. I think. I don't know. I'm vaguely trying to remember. But it's in there. It's in the tabs, man. They explain where heart murmurs come from or some old shit. Zena, you there?
I'm here. What's good? Yeah, I'm looking that up. Murmur, M-U-R, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Only thing I see about murmur, besides one of the fallen angels, what is his name?
That's what it is. Yeah, I knew it had to be one of them motherfuckers. Yeah, then in the tabs it pops up where he explained that heart murmurs come from because of one of them motherfuckers that take possession. It likes your body, likes your thoughts, your personality and shit, whatever your habits is or some shit.
Yeah, he had murmured in one of the Levites' ear. I ain't seen nothing about no heart, though. I'm going to keep it looking.
Oh, yeah, murmur mean whisper. But again, that's the same way Nakash means to whisper, and that's how he gets in your being. It's the same shit. It's all symbology. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, the verse that you just read about the Levite. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did remember about the heart murmur. I remember that.
Yeah, right. It pops up in the tablets. Hopefully, if y'all niggas still alive when we get to that point, you'll hear it. But then again, in the spirits, you can still hear it. Yeah, that's true. Because if you watch the City of Angels, them motherfuckers be at the library reading books with your ass. The movie City of Angels, the motherfucker be right there over your shoulder reading the damn book while you reading it. Okay, never mind. All right, what else we got? What verse are we on?
89, the bottom of 89, the middle.
Okay.
Of 89. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sound flows, and it is, and no, excuse me. Sound flows and is utilized, cut on and cut off. Life flows and it is utilized, cut on, cut off. Ilion, L. Time does not have a then, only a now. Whereas each individual is at the point of now, and it looks back at multiple thens and looks forward to multiple thens. Thus, on both sides of present, you find past and future.
Yep. So the present is kind of like now,
Right.
right? Yeah. The present is like now, whereas each individual is at the point of now, but the individual look back at multiple thens and look forward to multiple thens.
Right.
Both sides of present, past, and future. Instead of dealing in now, looking at now. You know what I'm saying? So they look back to multiple thens and they be looking forward to multiple thens now. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Instead of looking at now. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, so they're looking back at multiple thens and multiple future thens. Forward. Looking forward to multiple thens and looking back where they should just be looking at now. That's what you should be looking at now, goddammit. That's the funny shit. Sorry. Go ahead. Great day, Jael.
Real quick, I found out about the heart murmur. I don't know if we passed it, but it's on page 997.
Ooh, on the Holy Tabs.
Yep.
Read it. How you find that
11.
shit?
That's good, Zena.
How you find it, Zena? Your spirit
certain words and shit.
Okay, what it say?
I looked up certain words. But if it's verse 32, but if his heart murmur, he commits a double evil, ruin of himself and that of which he gives. As for him, there will be no finding of reward on account of that.
That's it. That sounds familiar because I remember I was like, ooh, Seth got it. I remember that shit now. Ooh, Seth got it. Say it again. Go a couple of verses up first, because it must be talking about somebody else too, somebody else's heart, and then go up one or two verses.
All right, verse 30. Blessed are the just who shall escape the great judgment, for they shall shine forth more than the sun sevenfold. For in this world the seventh part is taken off from all: light, darkness, food, enjoyment, sorrow, paradise, torture, fire, frost, and other things. He put all down in writing that you might read and understand. When man clothes the naked and feeds the hungry, he will find reward from Yahweh of the Elohim. But if his heart murmur, he commits a double evil, ruin of himself and of that which he gives. As for him, there will be no finding of reward on account of that.
Keep going. What else to say? That's it.
Okay. If his own heart, verse 33, if his own heart is filled with his food and his own flesh and with his clothing, he commits contempt and will forfeit all his endurance of poverty, and he will not find reward of his good deed. Every proud man is hateful to Yahweh of the Elohim, and every false speech clothed in untruth, it will be cut with the blade of the sword of death and thrown into the fire, and shall burn for all time. Then the time came to depart. It came to pass when I had spoken to my son. These men summoned me and took me on their wings, and they placed me on the clouds. And lo, the clouds moved. Going higher, I saw the air, and going still higher, I saw the ether. They placed me in the first heaven, and they showed me a very great sea, greater than the earthly sea, ascending thus unto the heavens upon clouds that move. I was transported from the first heaven, where the 300 Igigi ruled the stars, to the second gloomy heaven, then
what is that? Is that
to
the
the
Secrets
third
of Adafa? What chapter is that?
Yep, chapter 11, Secrets of Adafa.
Okay, damn, that's interesting. Okay, there it is, the heart murmur. You a dirty motherfucker. If it's heart murmurs, y'all better get y'all shit together. Y'all better kick ass tomorrow night else. Better change your ways. Okay, what else we got? Where we at, Tammuz? But you vibrating on the heart murmur, the Secrets of Adafa part? Still on that?
Nah, I'm present. I'm good. But I liked it. Yeah, that was interesting.
I knew it was in there. I knew it. Goddamn Zena, boy. Zena, this is why you're necessary. Zena, we need to know the page again. The chapter is The Secret of Adafa. I know that. That's chapter 11, verse 33. But I can't tell you the page. 900 and something, right, Zena?
Yeah,
what's the page number?
Page 997.
Verse 33?
32.
32, Secrets of Adafa. Yeah, okay. Girl, you the best. Ain't she? But that girl, goddamn, that girl, know that goddamn book. That girl quick with that shit. Goddamn Handy Smurf, motherfucker. Handy Smurf.
It's the PDF, but I can look up certain shit. I ain't doing nothing to this.
Thank you, though. Shit. Well, good thing you got a PDF, goddamn. Make yourself useful around this bitch. You going to heaven. You keep this up, you going to heaven.
Oh, talking about it. Let's go.
Oh, shit. This girl here official. All right, come on, Tammuz. Let's go.
Verse 90. That was the very beginning, not the beginning.
That was
the time.
That was at the very beginning, just not the beginning.
Oh, shit. Okay, I'm sorry.
Because the Big Bang is at the very beginning, but it's not the beginning.
Right. Okay.
Just like a movie. The movie just came on, and you've been watching it for like 20 minutes, and somebody's like, you don't think I missed anything? Nah, man, we still at the beginning. Still at the, like that type of shit. No, it's still at the very beginning. Yeah, that's what you say. But it's not the beginning. Yeah. The beginning is when you get the dog or the cat meowing and shit. You know what I'm talking about? Lionsgate. Goddamn.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
What's the little lion that makes that noise in the movie? That is the beginning. When that motherfucker first come on, when the movie, or that little white bitch who scratch her butt wearing a dress and holding a torch, that is the beginning. In the movies, before it come on. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. Columbia Pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And the little lion one, Paramount. Paramount is the lion, right? When you hear that lion, rawr, that is the beginning. Okay, never mind. Fuck y'all. Let's go.
91. The time. El Wagud. El Asir. It says in El's holy Quran, in the 13th degree, which has been changed to the 183rd degree, verses 1 through 3, pertaining to the time when the Enocyte soul will be squeezed from his body and is overcome by death. And it reads, in the squeezing of the Enocyte soul, it will be squeezed from his body. Surely, this is the age when the Enocytes are overcome by defeat, except for those who are faithful and work to perfect their being and are advocates of patience.
So what the fuck that mean? They ain't gonna squeeze their soul out?
That's right. Nope.
Or the soul just gonna come out like diarrhea then, not constipation. Maybe.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Well, overcome by defeat. Oh, I get it. Subhanallah. I get it. Overcome by defeat is that it tried to perfect their being, but they failed. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, because, overcome by defeat. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't do it. And they didn't have the patience with themselves. And they were not faithful. Yeah. Let's do it again. And the squeezing of the Enocyte soul.
And the squeezing of the Enocyte soul, it will be squeezed from his body. Surely this is the age when the Enocytes are overcome by defeat, except for those who are faithful and work to perfect their being and are advocates of patience. By the measurement of time when it begins and when it ends, to humans, your reference of time began at the recreation of this planet, then called Tiamat, to Ki. Is it echo?
Yeah, that's echo? No, but that recreation period is your Genesis. When the dust clouds, when you know, when the bitch with the war, with the with the crash. That's your recreation. That's one of your recreations. But he's saying your recreation period, he's talking about that when the planet got hit, cut in half and shit. That's why he wasn't talking about the moon. He created two great lights. He wasn't talking about the moon. Talk about the sun and that light in your monkey ass. Yeah. That's the recreation period right there. He's talking about.
Yeah.
Right, Zena? Yeah.
Yes,
and when it ends, say what?
No, I totally agree with that.
You just sweet as you want to be. Yeah, that's when he said the gold is good. So that lets you know that's your recreation period. It lets you know right there, because they fucked up. They were coming to buy some gold, shop for some gold, and fucked around and goddamn fucked up the planet. So that took a while for that bitch to heal and come back on that motherfucking mine for gold. No, it's not. Yeah, but the planet been destroyed so many goddamn times, and this got to be the umpteenth time. Right now, this planet about to be destroyed again. Then it's going to be a recreation again.
Right. So when you say destroyed, it doesn't mean that it's completely abolished. It's just parts of it is destroyed.
No, it's going to be destroyed, and then it'll be a goddamn recreation again.
Of the same planet?
Yeah. They always fuck their bitch up.
But I'm saying, how do they, if they keep messing it up, how is it? I'm just thinking, if something is destroyed, it no longer exists.
Destroyed means to change. That's all it means.
Okay.
Sorry, sir.
Gotcha.
My bad. Yeah. I just talk by the holy tablets. That's my problem. So yeah, to destroy means to change.
Okay.
Yeah. Same way you would destroy your old self. You know what I'm saying? So you're changing. You know what I'm saying? You want to be a better person. So you have to destroy that which not made you better. So, you know what I'm saying? And then thus, that's a change. And what? What did it say? The only thing constant in the universe is change.
Change.
Right. and universes dies. So it's always is being destroyed, and boom, it's back to something different. A change will come. Sam Cooke basically saying destruction, it will come to destroy something. The only way change can happen, you have to destroy it. You know what I'm saying? So when people say you need to change, you know what I'm saying? You have to destroy it.
Right.
You have to destroy it. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's just the fact that you're destroying it so that change could come. Same way the what you call them shit, the forest rangers. They burn the forest so that, meaning they destroy it, aka change, so that new life forms or vegetation can come. You know what I'm saying? That's why they burned it.
Right.
Yeah. 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 Thank you, Newbie. Newbie says destroy, not obliterate. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. But yeah, this planet is certainly destined to be destroyed again, to change. It's going through a change now. We just happen to be on it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Or in it. Yeah. So let's do it again.
By the measurements of time when it begins, by the measurements of time when it begins and when it ends, to humans, your reference of time began at the recreation of this planet, then called Tiamat, to Ki, and now Earth, from Eridu.
Mm-hmm.
Time does not move forward, nor has it come from behind. It has always been. Time does not ascend upward, nor has it descended from above, or descended from above. Time does not ascend upward, nor has it descended from above. Time is now. Now is the time. Time is. Then now is not then.
Booyah! Right there in the face. Time is now. Now is the time. Time is. Then now is not then.
Right.
This motherfucking heavy. W is heavy. Heavy motherfucker. All right, man. We got 20 minutes. We're going into overtime. Any recaps or questions or rewinds y'all want us to go to, or shall we move forward just for the hell of it? Into what are we moving forward to? Into Tablet 8, the life forms of Tiamat. It's only 76 verses. So it's up to y'all how y'all want to do this shit, because we got 20 minutes before we go into the 12 o'clock hour Eastern Standard Time, 12 o'clock, midnight. Yay, Nate, Newbie, you all right? Anything? Nobody? What? Zena, you sleeping in class?
I'm good. No, I'm good. I'm ready to move forward.
All right. Well, Zena, take it away, man. The life forms of Tiamat, if you mind. If you're too tired, then that's fine. Tablet 8. But you sounded real good reading the tablets of Adapha, the secrets of Adapha. I just want to tell you that. I'm like, ooh, sounds fresh.
Yes, she did.
She did, didn't she? Sound damn good.
Yes, she did.
Yes, she did.
Okay, hold on. All right, Kuluwm. All right, Tablet 8. Life forms of Tiamat, Earth. 19 times 4 equals 76. Below, your planet Earth is within the 18th galaxy called the Milky Way. Because of its disc-shaped dense mass of stars, which has millions of stars in light from the planet called Earth. The sun, stars, and the reflected light of the moon
wait a minute,
from the
Debbie,
sun.
right there, read that goddamn first verse.
Your planet called Earth is within the 18th galaxy called the Milky Way. Because of this disc-shaped dense mass of stars, which has millions of stars in light from the planet Earth called
what?
Earth.
Millions of stars from planet Earth. It right there. Told y'all that shit. It was in the tab this whole time. That shit from the planet Earth. The millions of stars and light from the planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Millions of stars and light from the planet Earth. Mm-hmm. From means what? From means what? No. Yeah, I don't fucking know. Let me ask Google. What does the word from mean? From means from, goddamn shit. The fuck? Damn, from is like a starting point of a physical movement or a starting point in measuring or reckoning. Used to indicate a specified place or time as a starting point. Goddamn it, there it is right there in y'all monkey ass faces, man. I told y'all that shit in her. Millions of stars and light from the planet called Earth. All right, I'm finished. Oh, I got a question.
Strong.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. What are you actually saying? Are you saying that the planet Earth is really rich? I don't know. Planet rich? I don't know. Read
that first verse, man. Comprehension. Read it. What the first verse say?
Your planet is called Earth. Is within the 18th galaxy called the Milky Way because of its disc-shaped dense mass of stars. So wait a minute. Your planet called Earth is within the 18th galaxy called the Milky Way. Your planet called Earth. I'm just trying to tie in what you were saying.
Man, read the whole goddamn verse first.
Okay. Your planet called Earth is within the 18th galaxy called the Milky Way because of its disc-shaped dense mass of stars, which has millions of stars and light from the planet called Earth.
Now start from which has millions.
Which has millions of stars and light from the planet called Earth. So what has millions of stars?
Read again. Read the which has millions. Read again.
So your planet Earth is your planet called Earth is within
which has millions.
Which has millions of stars and light from the planet called Earth. I'm a little confused with that one.
Do it again. Do it again.
Okay. Your planet Earth. Wait, no. Your planet called
has millions.
Which has millions of stars and light from the planet Earth, from the planet called Earth. Which has millions of stars and light from the planet called Earth. Okay, just work with me. What are they?
Read it again. Read it again.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
Remember, the key word is from. The key word is from.
From the planet called Earth. Okay.
Now what the planet Earth has?
Millions of stars.
And
light.
And light. Damn it. From what planet?
Okay.
Earth.
Earth. Okay. Thank you.
That is right there the whole time, see?
Yeah.
I know it. Every time we got there run my mouth talking about, man, we inside. All that shit is inside her. All that shit, them ain't no way hell like 6 shit 80 billion miles motherfucking way unless it's inside the beach. It can't be outside the beach.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I got a question. If the sun is 93 million miles away from this bitch, right? And on the planet, if you up high like a mountain, You know, like a mountainous range is colder, but high is high, ain't it? Why is it colder? Wouldn't you be closer to the sun if you on a mountainous range?
Right.
So why is the temperature colder? Unless the earth has her own fucking sun, and the higher you go, the colder it is. You would think the higher you go, the hotter it is.
Right.
Exactly. I keep proving my point. I keep proving my point. If you're in a high rise, and let's say you at the top floor, let's say that's the 21st floor, it's colder up there if you step outside. See what I'm saying? So those that be living in the mountainous range and shit, the elevation, the higher elevation is colder. But you would think you closer to the goddamn sun then, wouldn't you? That bitch got her own fucking sun, like it said, and light, which has millions of stars and light from the planet called Earth. Boy, I keep getting right every fucking time. Y'all keep believing this old crack-ass liars. Better start thinking.
You know, another good
sound right reading. Better start thinking. Better start reading. Shit, there it is right there. The whole time she was in this motherfucker. Okay, go ahead, Zena. I'm ready. Sorry.
Okay. All right, so start over the beginning. So, Kuluwm, your planet called Earth is within the 18th galaxy called the Milky Way because of its disc-shaped dense mass of stars, which has millions of stars and light from the planet called Earth. The sun, stars, and the reflected light of the moon from the sun reproduce the much-needed illumination for the Earth. One takes up where the other leaves off. I'll read verse 2 again. The sun, stars, and the reflected light of the moon from the sun produce the much-needed illumination for the Earth. One takes up where the other leaves off. Yet this is only made possible by the motions of these heavenly bodies. It would take 30,000 years to go from the Earth through the Milky Way at Earth speed. Each individual conceived has zero time reference. From the moment of inception, the moment or incident, in pure and holy darkness, before cause or effect, before right and wrong, good and evil, before chaos and conception, process or growth. In the unpure and unholy light of this world, where there is will, good and evil things happening. That point is real time.
Girl, rewind. Number 4.
Each individual conceived has a zero time reference. From the moment of inception, the moment of incident, in pure and holy darkness, before cause or effect, before right and wrong, good and evil, before chaos and conception, process or growth. In the unpure and unholy light of this world, where there is will, good and evil things happening. That point is real time in each individual's existence. In the physical world, from conception, it's fake time. You exist in what's called.
Zena.
What's that?
The point is real time.
Right.
An individual's existence in the physical world from conception is fake time. So you have inception, which is real time. Conception is chaos. It's also fake time. Yeah, so you have an inception. That's your real time. That was before. That was before your dad is skeeted in you, and before you entered into your dad and traveled down his spine and came out his pecker. Yeah, that's your real time. Before all of that. You know what I'm saying? Each individual conceived has a zero time reference from the moment of inception, the moment or incident. That is pure and that is holy darkness, before cause and effect, before right and wrong, before good and evil, before chaos and conception. And chaos and conception is after that, and that's in the unpure and unholy light of this world, where there is will, good and evil things happening. So before all of that, that point is real time in each individual's existence. Conception is fake time. Go ahead. This is good. What you about to say, Tamuz?
No, I'm good. I'm good. You cleared it up. Yep.
All I did was repeat it.
Yeah. The inception.
I had to take away from that shit. Yeah, man, inception, baby. If you got a conception, got to be an inception.
Right.
Yeah. 6, Zena, take it away, man. This shit here good. Take your time, baby.
Verse 6. You exist in what's called set time. You set the time from life to death.
You set that time. God don't even do that, do it. That nigga said you set that time. You set the time you want to goddamn come on through this bitch. And you set the time when you gonna die. You set the time from life to death. That makes sense. Because you cross the street over to the left, you're dealing with the squeezing once again. The left side of that page. Except for those who are faithful and work to perfect their being and are advocates of patience. You set the goddamn time from life to death. Come on, sorry. It all exists before you and will exist after you. Come on, this is good.
You exist in what's called set time. You set the time from life to death. It all exists before you and will exist after you. You and your life is only a point or...
That's you right there. That next page, intelligent life form, that was you. You're no longer an intelligent life form. Something bad happened now. But that's what you were looking like on page 70. Yeah. You don't want to look like that no more, do you? You want to be cute. I'm sorry, Zena. Go ahead. Next page.
All right. You and your life is only a point or short space in real time, which exists in all when the light of life is cut on. It begins real time, yet existence already was in pure and holy darkness. And under set time is each individual's real time existence, their point of origin. Elyon, El, time does not have a then, only a now, whereas each individual is at the point
90
of now
seconds.
And looks back at multiple then and looks forward to multiple thens. Thus, on both sides of the present, you find past and future. Nibiru is capable of traveling the distance from point to point or through space and time interdimensionally. It can go through time.
60 seconds.
It can go through time, future, or past without interfering with the principle of now or then. Everything is calculated by the speed of light insofar as everything sums up to when the light came on. For instance, when you grab the light switch, you are at
everything sums up to things, Zena. Everything sums up to things. Everything sums up to things when the light came on. You didn't say thing, and that's very key here.
Okay.
Everything sums up to things. Mm-hmm.
Verse 12. Everything is calculated by the speed of light insofar as everything sums up to things which the light came on, when the light came on. Everything is calculated by the speed of light insofar as everything sums up to things when the light came on. For instance, when you grab the light switch, you're at the point of hydrogen. When you click the light switch, you're at the point of helium. In both hydrogen and helium, burning gives you the light of the sun. When beings enter into our planet, they travel interdimensionally using real time. And that's why they can pop up anytime within our zero time or fake time. Zero time is the first time for each individual as they come into this world, while being born in real time. If humans were to try to travel past the speed of light, the G-force would cause them to explode. They would have to learn travel at the speed of light and controlling the G-force. That is the forces that affect the body as it escalates in speed. Verse 17, that is the forces that affect the body as it escalates in speed in relation to how 1 G affects the body per second. A G is a unit of acceleration equal to the acceleration caused by gravity at the Earth's surface, about 33 feet per second. The Milky Way, part of a spiral galaxy, is inside of the universe and is very minute. The Milky Way, part of a spiral galaxy, is inside of the universe and is very minute. The light from the sun comes to Earth. Light travels the sun in 8 minutes and approximately 20 seconds. Some say in four minutes, excuse me. Some say in 4 minutes. Your universe, verse 21.
You know what's interesting? A minute is so-called longer than a second, yet minute is minute. Mr. Whitey, man, he's so fucking retarded. How can y'all let this retard teach you? This fucking motherfucker. This English language, man. His fucking system, man, is retarded. Okay, sorry.
All right. Verse 20. The light from the sun comes to Earth. Light travels from the sun in 8 minutes, in approximately 20 seconds. Some say in 4 minutes. Your universe contains 19 galaxies. There are 1 billion other galaxies. The distances in your universe reach up to 26 billion light years. Your universe is the smallest and innermost of 7 universes, which are a part of a galactical federation of 19 galaxies. As the universe increases, the universes get larger and larger. Your mind cannot comprehend the circumference of the universe. It is unimaginable to you while in your it is unimaginable to you while in your body. Your mind cannot comprehend the circumference of the universe. It is unimaginable to you while in your body. The word that best describes it is infinity. The universe doesn't end. You are merely limited by your imagination. My child, for a time, it was hard for you to understand the very beginning of your existence. It was difficult for you to accept that you were made to evolve from intelligent amoebae, which are single-cell organisms with a definite nucleus that move by way of a pseudopod or false foot. A pseudopod is a temporary projection of the cytoplasm of certain cells, such as phagocytes, or of certain unicellular organisms, especially amoebas, that serves in locomotion and phagocytosis. The word amoeba, verse 27, the word amoeba is from New Latin genus name, from Greek amoebe, changed from...
It's not amoeba, it's amoebe. Kept telling y'all that a long time ago. Stop calling it amoeba. These fucking country ass crackers, man, change the language, change the tones. If it comes from Greek, from Latin, it's pronounced amoebe. Yes,
verse 27. The word amoeba is from New Latin genus name, from Greek amoebe.
That white goddamn teacher said it wrong. It's amoebe.
From the Greek amoebe, changed from amoebian to change, and fungi, which are single-celled or multicellular organisms that excrete enzymes that actually dissolve their food and then absorb their food through their thin cellular wall. However, this was your beginning.
This was your beginning.
Mm-hmm. A beginning unknown to humans.
That's fucked up. We live by it now. We done devolved. I want to be an amoeba again. Amoebe. I want to be an amoebe. Okay, sorry. I'm going to go back to the beginning.
You want to go back to the beginning?
No, I mean, I want to go back to the beginning when he said, you don't know your beginning. You were an amoebe. He was an amoeba. Amoebe.
I heard it's amoebas in people's mouths, in their spit and shit. When they kiss and it's amoebas and shit be exchanged.
Oh my goodness, which is why I stopped doing that.
And that's disgusting.
Everything is disgusting, man. That's why I stopped doing that whole ass shit. I don't want your amoebe.
I know.
Not intelligent as my amoebe is. Don't swap amoebes.
Amoebe. All right. Yeah, verse 28. What is that word? 28. Yeah, verse 28. Thus, as you read this tablet, you shall have great understanding of how you became who and what you are today. Jeez, oh, big.
Drink some water, baby. Drink some water, boo.
All right, I'm good. Okay, let's get it. All right.
Come on. Let's go. 12 midnight,
Let's
goddamn.
get it. Shit, come on. Fuck it. Let's go. Come on. Go out. Let's go. Verse
You
28.
up for the rest of the day. You know that, right? Go ahead.
All right. Verse 28. Thus, as you read this tablet, you shall have a great understanding of how you became who and what you are today. The first kinds of life forms on this planet were the evolution of the amoebae, fungi, and algae that lived underwater and evolved onto land, which are transplanted here.
They were transplanted here. The amoebae, the fungi, and the algae was transplanted here. So it's an extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
That's why it's an intelligent life form. That makes sense.
Verse 30. Verse 30. Early Earth was composed of gases, ammonia and methane, in addition to water, H2O. The cooling of the Earth and the subsequent falling of the vapor rings allowed these gases to reach the waters upon the Earth, forming solids and a molten crust. The exposure of ultraviolet rays from the sun caused these gases to form simple organic molecules from things here. These began to form larger molecules until protein was formed. It was this formation which ultimately resulted in the prototype of the living cell, which occurred 46 trillion years ago. Bear in mind that these chain reactions did not occur by blind chance, but only by the will of the Most High and knew.
I totally disagree with his will. I think he made a mistake. I think he wasn't looking. It was like, oh shit, what the fuck just happened? Fuck. Because your will could also have you not fucking paying attention. So it ain't like will means like, this is what the fuck I wanted to happen. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you feel me? Like, don't think will is knowing, motherfucker. Like, will is also making a mistake. You ever made a fucking mistake and it turned out right? That's what the fuck I'm saying. Okay, never mind. But it didn't say L made a mistake. But I'm just saying, like, you know, like, oh, okay, well, hey, fuck it. I ain't got no choice but to deal with this now. So, oh, fucking awesome. Do y'all honestly believe? Never mind. Sorry.
Come on. No, come on with it, man.
Dumbest shit ever. Do y'all honestly believe that the Most High don't make mistakes?
No, because it tells you, well, if you're going by religion, it tells you right in the Bible, he regretted shit. Fucked up shit.
Okay. Yeah, so use the wheel and then, use the wheel and then was like, oops, the fuck did I just do? See?
Exactly.
Bear in mind that these chain reactions did not occur by blind chance, but only by the will of the Most High and Okay.
The stage, verse 36.
I ain't saying, I'm just saying, okay, whatever. I don't know why I'll always get like that publicly, because behind closed doors, I'd be like, oh, and new Most High, you make no mistakes. Don't fuck my life up today. Sure, you know what the fuck you doing, Shada, man. Here's your time I give you my life. You better not fuck it up. They're behind closed doors, but, you know, publicly, I'm like, yeah, whatever. About to wheel my ass.
Don't fuck up. What you said, you told me you great today, don't fuck up tomorrow or whatever. So I don't know.
Yeah, man, shit. Yeah, oh yeah, the other day, a couple of holy tablets ago.
Yeah.
I'm like, you doing great, man.
Today, don't
fuck
be a
up,
fuck
man.
up tomorrow.
He's great today. Don't be a fuck up tomorrow, boy. I'll tell you that much.
It was powerful. Verse 36. The stage after the creation of the first cell took place in the lab of Shimpi.
Hey, wait. Can we pause right there? One of them classes that you was playing, right? This was last Saturday. I remember something he said. Remember last Saturday, you know what I'm saying? It was all them Dr. York she was playing for hours. It was one of them things, and it's cute, too, because it's my first time ever hearing him actually say this, even though it's in the tablets, but you have to read it, and people read past it and don't get it. But they were asking him about Anu, and he was like, well, first of all, you got to understand that Anu usurped the throne from his brother, Elelu. Like, he says that shit. He says it out of his mouth. Okay, yeah, so I can't remember what he said after that, though. He was basically saying, so you might want to chill out with that oneness of a new or worship of this motherfucker. I'm adding that. I don't think he said that shit. But he was just like, first of all, you must understand that Anu it wasn't just the Most High. Like, he wasn't appointed that shit. He usurped the throne from his brother Anu. He usurped that bitch. He literally said that shit in a class, man. Zena was playing it though, but she wasn't around. But I heard that shit. I said, there you go.
I heard
that. And I what class is it? You know the name of it?
Well, I don't know the name of the class now.
Yeah, because I wasn't paying attention to the person that asked the question. Next thing I know, you know how your volume get low because you ain't really listening. You got the power to turn down sound. And the shit just got loud all of a sudden when that nigga said, well, first of all, you need to understand that Anu, goddamn, usurped the throne from his brother, Lelu. Like, oh, shit. I guess that was certainly by the will of Anu, huh? To shank the shit out of his brother. Get your ass up. I'm about to sit in this chair. Move! Get up! We usurp the chair and the couch, newbie. When we get home, don't we? Make our kids get up. We usurp the couch and the TV from them. Get your ass up. Take the remote control. We'll change the channel. We usurp that shit. What the fuck does usurp mean?
Basically, it means to steal somebody else's identification, like, you know, like.
Oh, you sure seen it.
I can look it up.
Illegally or by force, to take a position of power or importance, illegally or by force. So it must have been the all that told Anu to do it, because the all appointed Anu. So they probably was like, you need to take that shit from your brother. That's my brother, man. All I do is pour his drink. We want you to take the throne, though. Because the all appointed, by the will of all, wanted him to be caretaker. So, yeah, the all must have been talking to his ass, had to tell him, we want you. Take the fucking throne from your brother. And it was like, man, I ain't finna take no throne from my brother, man. All I do is, I just pour him some water. I'm his cupbearer. We don't want that nigga caretaking over us. We want you. So the all appointed him. So he did it because the all told him to do it. Yeah,
Okay.
but Dr. York used the word usurp in the Holy Tablet. So obviously that means to assume unlawfully, trespass on.
Right, wrongfully.
Yeah, he literally put the word usurp on there. He didn't even, So that he wanted us to know that it was illegally done, even though everybody wanted him to do it. It still was illegal, Anu. That's illegal. Yeah. And then they took it back, right, J1? And Leilu's sons fought Anu and his sons and got it back. And then, you already know, Anu cried to his grandbaby, Murdoch. Said, look here, can you get the throne back for me, baby? Yeah. And Murdoch said, yeah, I'll do it for you, Shotty. I kicked their old ass. You know, Murdoch always waiting to fight. Give me a reason. Let me in. Put me in. So, yeah, Murdoch and a whole bunch of his goddamn fighting ass cousins whooped their cousin's ass and got the throne back and gave it back to Anu. Yeah, because that shit was a fight. Tammuz, you don't know the story? That shit was a fight. It's in the tablet. We'll get there, maybe, if you're still alive. You didn't set your death time for 2021 or 2022 or 2023, then shit, you still be here.
Right.
Yeah, but he said that nigga, it say usurp, goddammit. Okay, my bad. So let's continue. The will of Anu, bear in mind. Bear in mind. Oh, that's the same class he was saying that was the 9th Anu. Yeah, he said, that one in the tablet, this one here is the 9th Anu. But this got to be the other Anu though. You know what I'm saying? 35. This ain't the one that usurped the throne. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, because Anu is just the title. That means above. So we don't really know, the black nigga whose son is Inky and Leo. We don't know what his real name is, but that's the 9th Anu. You know what I'm saying? So this must be the very first Anu. You know what I'm saying? This one. Yeah, this is different. But it says, by the will of the Most High Anu. It doesn't say the Most High, highest Anu. But
Okay. Nice observation.
Yeah.
This ain't Eliun El. This is a scientist doing shit. Creating these chain of reactions and shit. Drop off the living organism in the planet Earth, in the water. 46 trillion years ago. Come on, I'm ready. Let's go.
All right. Verse 36. The stage after the creation of the first cell took place in the lab of
a fucking goddamn scientist, like I goddamn said.
You showed me.
In a goddamn laboratory. This motherfucker. Goddamn, I wasn't even looking at the bottom page, man. There it is, right, J1. There it is, right there. It's right there. You see that? Read again, Zena.
Okay. Verse 36. The stage after the creation of the first cell took place in the lab of Shempty, where
Shempty
the
means
breath of life.
Yeah, that's what Shempty means, where the breath of life is breathed. That's why they named it Shempty. Yeah, that's what Shempty means, where the breath of life is breathed.
Which was located on Lamu, Mars. This cell or cells was then placed inside the Vulcan deity, a dolphin. Dolphins are members of the most intelligent group of animals living in the sea.
And that's why dolphins means womb. And I didn't know that that's the Vulcan deity. So they placed that cell in the dolphin. That's their deity, the Vulcan deity. You know Vulcan. That's like Dr. Spock, Tamuz on Star Trek. Right. He's Vulcan. Yeah. So the Vulcan deity is a dolphin.
This is so interesting because I've seen documentaries where pregnant women going through labor, they get in the water with the dolphin, and they don't have the dolphins do some type of high pitched noise or whatever to communicating with the baby, and they have a painless birth. It's like nothing. Yes, painless birth every time because it's something with the dolphin and the frequencies connecting with the baby every time, a painless birth.
Wow, damn! I was well, too late for me. I'm not doing that again, just for a dolphin. I'm doing that shit.
Yeah. Right.
Wow, that's some powerful shit.
Yeah. Especially after reading this. Verse 38 or verse, I don't know where we at now. Verse 38.
Do 37 one more time.
Okay. Verse 37. This cell or cells was then placed inside the Vulcan deity, a dolphin. Dolphins are members of the most intelligent group of animals living in the sea. However, what many people don't know is dolphins are actually small whales that range in length from 4 to 12 feet. Wow. That's crazy. The word dolphin comes from the Greek delphis, meaning womb, because of its shape. And it was the womb of transplant for the human cell.
They put the human cell inside of the dolphin. And bear in mind, it's the will of Anu. Put the human cell inside of the womb of the dolphin transplant. Man, we all transplants here. Let's go.
Unlike many animals, verse 39, unlike many animals, dolphins voluntarily associate with a human. The common dolphin appeared in ancient Greek and Roman mythology. The Greeks considered the dolphin sacred to the god Apollo. Dolphins have very highly developed senses such as sight, which they are able to see up to 50 feet away. Touch, responding to the lightest touch of a finger. Smell and taste are also two of their senses which aren't as developed. Yet dolphins do have taste buds. Dolphins have an excellent sense of hearing and is one of their most important senses of all. Yet they have no outer ear and can see with sound. This is known as echolocation. When sounds are sent from an organ in the dolphin's head, they strike objects and bounce
when
back.
It's sent out. Yeah, when sound is sent out.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't say out. You said sent from. It's sent out from.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's key.
This is known as echolocation. No. When sounds are...
Mm-hmm.
This is verse 43. Verse 43. This is known as echolocation. When sounds are sent out from an organ in the dolphin's head, they strike objects and bounce back. The direction of these echoes and the time it takes them to return tells the direction and distance of the object. These first cells in Shimti were transplanted and transported into the seas of this planet. This transportation involved the development of the first animals 24 billion years ago. These were the single-cell organisms called protozoa.
I'm gonna name when I come back. I'm gonna name my next child Protozoa. Protozoa. Call her Zoa. Zoa for sure. Protozoa. Protozoa. Come here, Zoya.
Zoa.
I'm ready.
Zoa. Verse 46. The simplest of this group is the amoebae. A small mass of transparent protoplasm which does not even have a definite shape or a cell wall. The first single-cell animal to originate was the amoebae, which is found in water or moist soil and reproduces asexually. This means they reproduce alone. They don't need a partner.
That's how you was at first. That's how you was, but you don't want to accept that shit.
Verse 50. Funguses arose from this single-cell organism and play an important role in nature. They break down the bodies of dead organisms into chemical substances that can be used by other organisms. Fungi live as parasites and reproduce either sexually or asexually. The simplest particle of life is H1, hydrogen, which is smaller than that is a quark. The simplest particle of life is H1, hydrogen, which is smaller than that is a quark, of which atoms are composed. The atom is the smallest unit of an element that retains all of the element's properties. All things are made up of atoms, which are composed of quarks. And even smaller called exotic mesons or biaps, such as protons, units of positive electricity, neutrons, units of neutral electricity, and electrons, electrically negative parts of the atom, to name a few, which are made of Z or Zel. Together, these form a specific pattern. The Zelle is the smallest part of any substance. This is called quantum physics, my child, the doorway to reality. The atom is too small to be seen, even with the most powerful electron microscope. Yet all that is in part, and that is part of the existence. Read that again. Yet all that is in part, and is part of the existence. The average diameter of an atom is approximately 1 in 100 million of an inch. At the center of an atom is a smaller particle called a quark, the father of energy, which in itself was produced by the mother of all energy.
Wow.
Verse 59. At the center of an atom is a smaller particle called quark, the father of energy, which in itself was produced by the mother of all energy.
He's the father of energy, and she's the mother of all energy.
Bias.
This is quantum physics, bitch. The doorway to reality. Rest of y'all in Alice in Wonderland. y'all want to stay in La La Land. Well, this quantum physics right here. Let's go. Sorry.
At the center of an atom is a smaller particle called quark, the father of energy, which in itself was produced by the mother of all energy.
The mother of all energy, called BIAPS, produce the quark, which is the father of energy, and giving you the atom today. BIAPS, mother of all energy. Quarks, father of energy. At the center of an atom is a smaller particle. Quark. Quarky ass nigga. Quarky.
All right.
3 times a charm.
All right. Alrighty, verse 59. At the center of an atom is a smaller particle called a quark, the father of energy, which in itself was produced by the mother of all energy, BIAPS, as in the cells beneath the cell or in the DNA, the deoxyribonucleic acid.
So the BIAPS, as in the cells beneath the cell or in the DNA. The BIAPS. Okay.
Is that the mother of all energy, BIAPS?
The mother of all energy, yeah, because you got quarks, BIAPS, and cells. And if she rewinds it back, if she don't mind, 54, where he goes into cells. Or 56, the cell is the smallest part of any substance. This is quantum physics, my child. So let's do 54 one more time. Then we can cross the street again. After you do 54, maybe.
Okay. Verse 54. All things are made of atoms, which are composed of quarks, and even smaller called exotic masons or BIAPS, such as protons, units of positive electricity, neutrons, units of neutral electricity, and electrons, electrically negative parts of the atom, to name a few, which are made of Z or Zere. Together, these form a special pattern. The Zelle is the smallest part of any substance. This is called quantum physics, my child, the doorway to reality. The atom is too small to be seen. Even with the most powerful electron microscope, yet all that is in part and is part of the existence. The average diameter of an atom is approximately 1 in 100 million of an inch. At the center of an atom is a smaller particle called a quark, the father of energy, which in itself was produced by the mother of all energy, BIAPS, as in the cells beneath the cell or in the DNA, the deoxyribonucleic acid. Then there is the nucleus, a dense cluster of protons and neutrons on the outside of a quark. Why do we refer to it as the mother?
Yeah, tell them, Dr. York, why you call the BIAPS the mother of all energy. Tell them. The mother mitochondria, located on the Y chromosome, is the male equivalent to mitochondria DNA called YAP DNA. YAP. YAP DNA.
That is the same as when a female is pregnant with a male child, only without the male sperm, as in so-called asexual cell, splitting into a daughter. This practice of splitting and parting and becoming individual life forms is only found in the female or mother. So in actuality, asexual cells are really F-sexual cells for female sexuality. The word mitochondria is from Greek mitos, warp, thread, and the Greek chondrion, diminutive of chondros, for grain or granule. Mitochondria are the tiny bodies within a cell that are responsible for production of energy through breakdown of sugars. The mitochondria DNA is in the female, which produces the male in a so-called asexual fashion.
Please set the record straight, Dr. York. God damn, tell these rejects. White man done lied to these motherfuckers. This is quantum physics, bitch. This ain't religion. Again.
All right. Where is the verse? Verse 61.
Where?
Why do we refer? Huh?
Go ahead. Yeah, do 61. Fuck it. Shit.
Oh, you said again. Okay. Verse 61. Why do we refer to it as the mother? The mother mitochondria located on the Y chromosome is the male equivalent to mitochondria DNA called YAP DNA. That is the same as when a female is pregnant with a male child, only without the male sperm, as in a so-called asexual cell, splitting into a daughter. This practice of splitting and parting and becoming individual life forms is only found in the female or mother. So in actuality, asexual cells are really F-sexual cells for female sexuality. The word mitochondria is from Greek mitos, warp thread, and the Greek chondrion, diminutive of chondros, for grain or granule.
The little red hen with the grain of wheat. Go ahead.
Mitochondria, verse 64. Mitochondria are the tiny bodies within a cell that are responsible for production of energy through breakdown of sugars. The mitochondria DNA is in the female, which produces the male in a so-called asexual fashion. This is your original hermaphrodite, which comes from Hermaphroditus, the son of Hermes, the son of Zeus and Maia, and Aphrodite, the daughter of Uranus. When you look at verse 67, when you look at the word phonetically, you see her as a three-letter prefix, and her is always identified with she or the female gender, as in most hermaphrodite cases, yet it includes male strands that create Y chromosomes. Now, the very word her is from the Middle English, from Old English, higher. Important derivatives are he, him, his, her, it, here, hence. Note that her is inclusive of he in its root meaning.
What inclusive means?
He is inside, a part of.
So smart.
You want to look it up?
Inclusive, well, this dumbass one says, including or covering all the services, facilities, or items normally expected or required. I need to go get my 1962 dictionary off the shelf. This is some bullshit. Okay.
I got it. Inclusive, including the stated limits in the number of some or some.
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
Yeah, to shut in, enclose. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, I gotta get my 1962 dictionary, man. This is some bullshit. Look on. Oh, I hate these computers.
All right, so okay. I don't even know where we are. Okay, there we are. Verse 69. He is from Middle English, from Old English. He, the pronouns he, him, and his, a male person or animal.
You notice that she is not or her is not a fucking animal. Only he is. The fuck? Lord have mercy. They mixed the female with a baboon. They mixed her with a baboon and created man. A male person or animal. That's Middle English, Old English, motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Verse 70. So he is always identified with the male factor when her, on the other hand, I'm sorry. No, you ain't right for pointing that out.
She's an inclusive with male and female factors, making her the mother. What's so funny? Did I miss something?
That was funny. Because the way you said it, you didn't even laugh about it, but you knew that shit was funny. You just you was being real scientific about it, but it was funny that you.
I'm just saying, I know all this shit, honey. Like, I mean, but I sound like I'm male bashing and shit. But anyway. As a matter of fact, I heard Dr. Young say, look here, nigga, I'm going to tell you the truth, man. He said, look, man, the truth bitter. It hurts. But I got to tell it. I got to do my job. This is a class I got from one of your rotations I played today on the mic. Yeah, he said, man, look here, I got to tell you, man, the truth hurts. You know what I'm saying? Truth is bitter. But shit, I got to tell you, because that's my job. That nigga said, I got to tell you, because that's my job, motherfucker. I don't give a fuck how y'all feel. Shit. Yeah. But it's so cute here. It's explained so beautiful, so delicate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
this is so different from...
If he didn't use English and Middle English and all that shit, man, everybody would feel some kind of way. But he did good. He know how to use, you know. According to Middle English, Old English, a male person or animal. So all animals are a he. So I actually don't have a girl cat. I have a he cat. According to Old English.
Right.
Yeah, a male person or animal. So all animals are he's. Is a he.
Mm-hmm.
He and a him and a his. Okay, let's go. I'm ready. 70.
All right. So he is always identified with the male factor. When
that's interesting because Jesus was charged with being a male factor.
A male factor, yep.
Mm-hmm. Go to your Bible. They charged him with being a male factor.
Mm-hmm.
A male factor.
So he is always identified with the male factor when her on the other hand, is inclusive with male and female factors, making her.
It means, in this case, it means infertility. Yeah, infertility, infertile. Yep.
Him, right? He's
That's what
infertile.
male factor means?
Male factor. Yeah, in this case here. That's why he said he. Then where we at when male factor pops up?
70 verse 70.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, this. You know what? I'm staying off Google. Fuck that. Let's just focus.
All right.
Okay.
Verse
well,
70.
Wait. It's this is from .gov. Trends of male factor infertility. And it just says in part, of all infertility cases, approximately 40 to 50% is due to male factor infertility. And as many as 2% of all men will exhibit suboptimal sperm parameters. Male factor. Okay, never mind. Which, of course, she's just completely asexual, no matter what happens. Yeah. So it's really not, his sperm is, oh, you're right, Nicole. Because semen is 90 or 80%, and sperm is either 10% or 20%. It's the semen that makes up more of the milky substance. Where the fuck that shit is. Yeah, okay. I'm learning. Go ahead.
I'm learning too. I'm about to run that part back. This part back. Okay. So verse 70. So he is always identified with the male factor, when her, on the other hand, is inclusive with male and female factors, making her the mother.
Not the wife.
That's right. M equals mitochondria, and add other, and you'll get the word mother. Together, the protons, which have a positive charge, and neutrons, which have no charge, are called nucleons. Outside, spinning around the nucleus in orbitals, are electrons, which have a negative charge that makes up what is called the shell of the atom. All atoms vary in the amount of protons, electrons, and neutrons according to the element to which they belong. In reality, no atom has a definite size in space and time. However, it gets its form from its surrounding electrons. Atoms are building blocks from which molecules are made, and a molecule is the smallest unit of a pure substance that can exist independently and exhibit all of the properties of the substance: carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and sulfur. These gases form into simple organic molecules, at which time these organic molecules began to form larger and larger molecules until protein was formed. Listen, my child, concerning the recreation of the planet Earth, it was this formation which ultimately resulted in the prototype of the living organism. The stage after the creation of the first cell involved the development of the first animal, which is called a protozoa. which comes from the Greek proto. First
Oh, I'm not
in time.
naming my child animal. When I come back here. Never mind. Never mind.
That's right. Just keep reading.
That's what happens.
For real.
When you speak too fast. When you have no idea what you're saying and what you're talking about.
Verse 80. The stage after the creation of the first cell involved the development of the first animals, which is called a protozoa, which comes from the Greek proto, first in time, and zoa, from zoia, meaning animals.
That's man right there. That's the male living being, a zoia. Mm-hmm.
Verse 81. When reproducing, the protozoa splits into two separate animals or cells. Just as at birth, the mother splits into two beings. Ooh, that's awesome. Over a period of 19 million years of time, these animals multiplied and diversified and evolved into many types of creatures and animal life forms. The protozoa were originally transported and planted here on this planet Earth by these beings from the planet
Rift. That's why he said, don't drop no lower than an animal.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he says that, because that's what the fuck you are, and you're supposed to level up from animal to gender to human to being to supreme being to being. Yeah, so he say don't drop no lower than a fucking animal, because that's where you actually started
from.
And that underneath an animal is a beast. So he said, that's why that nigga said don't go no lower. That makes sense. Damn, that nigga smart. Yeah, don't drop no lower, so keep coming up. Ain't that right, Patrice? Damn. Okay, come on. Look out. We got 4 minutes. We about to go. The switchboard about to shut down. Come on, let's see if we can get past this before the switchboard shut down.
And real quick, Don, that's what I was saying too last week on adding to what I was saying last week on those different levels. And yeah, I'm going to my notes, but I was hoping you was going to keep talking, because I'm like, damn, that shit, you putting something together that's making it make sense. But how you keep ascending. But it did start off on that material plane when compared with the planets. And that was like Mercury or whatever, Lamu, or not Lamu, but Mumu. Yeah, Mumu. And then that's where that's where they started, and then they went from there and kept ascending to the gas planets, from the rocky planets to the gas. So it started on the material planet, the rocky planets, and then it went to the gas planets as they were creating these, what they call the fuck, you know what I'm talking about, the atoms or whatever, the cadmonites or whatever. When it was creating them, they kept creating them and naming them after.
Yeah, because if I'm not
ascending. Yeah,
because if I'm not mistaken, because it even shows, I think in chapter 3 or 4, that they used the baboon and shit to make the males, atoms. They used a baboon and an orangutan. It's gonna show, it's gonna pop up. Chapter 3 or 4. So yeah, add that to it. Add all this. This is step 1, chapter 1, creation. By the time we get to, I think, chapter 3, it starts talking about it.
So is this the material plane right here?
Man, this shit really fuck, man. Goddamn laboratory, man. Pozoa, man. Blood, man. Mixing cells, all this shit. Come on, yeah.
Yeah, the lowest plane. Okay. All right. Verse, where we at? Verse 83?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Verse 83. The protozoa were originally transported and planted here on this planet Earth by these beings from the planet Risk, the Anunnaki called the Elohim. And do not forget, my child, the conditions of your planet had to be right. The first atoms were made up of very simple combinations with each other, but sunlight contains energy. And this energy forced the atoms into more complicated combinations until small cells form. This also happened on many other planets with the same chemicals and temperatures. Verse 87. So there is life on many other planets. The key is water, in which is life as bacteria. There are intelligent bacteria that help Earthlings digest their food and many other positive things. There are also intelligent bacteria that hurt Earthlings. Intelligent bacteria do things such as make you sick and cause diseases in humans, animals, and plants. The intelligent bacteria do things such as make you sick and cause diseases in humans, animals, and plants.
That's why they put your ass on a lot of iron pills and shit. Iron on all the packages, because if you have bad bacteria in you, iron is the aphrodisiac in your body, and they're able to reproduce, thus giving you a bacteria infection. They fuck like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you have high iron in your body, yeah, that's a 6 orgies for bad bacteria, intelligent bad bacteria. So make sure you keep your iron levels not high, not low, but just enough. Yeah, they fuck off of iron. Okay, so that's why I said they show a whole bunch of great source of iron on the boxes and shit like that. Anything that's in the box, you know damn well it's not a great source of iron. They put iron in that shit. You know what I'm talking about? Like, come on, a box of cereal, really? Great source of iron, motherfucker? Get the fuck, you think I'm gonna believe that shit? Yeah, it's some other iron type of iron. Yeah, man, they want to make you sick. Remember, this is the image of the beast, man. Got us loving the image of illness. So, yeah, but yeah, bacteria, intelligent bacteria, the bad kind, the bad ones. Your body naturally has ones that help fight and protect you. But when the bad bacteria come in the body and they find out you ain't got enough iron so they can fuck off the iron. They reproduce off iron, man. They can really germinate or populate, excuse me. They start to populate off that high-ass iron, which is a blessing that, you know, I don't think a lot of bitches get meningitis because we have a cycle and we lose a lot of iron when we bleed. I've never even heard of a female ever getting meningitis. That's a bacteria infection, ain't it? And notice the word is men, Janet. Men don't lose blood because there's iron in the blood. So, you know what I'm saying? Because we bleed, you know what I'm saying, our iron levels are low. Yeah. Yeah, we lose iron every 3 weeks, right? Kind of, sort of, not really ish. Every 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I heard a bitch getting a goddamn bacteria infection, man. Now when she on her cycle, she got something to goddamn lower her iron levels. Okay, let's go.
That's what's up. All right, verse 90.
You're saying that's what's up, like you're not really a female and you're just like, damn, that's what's up. That's pretty good for a female. That's what's up.
Very
There you go. Tamu should be saying that shit. That's what's up.
Yeah, that is just something.
Mm-hmm. But I know that for sure with iron. So yeah, but intelligent bacteria do things such as what?
Causes do things such as make you sick and cause diseases in humans and animals and plants. Verse 91, in humans, they cause diseases such as syphilis, meaning a friend of the swine. Leprosy from Middle English. In humans, they cause diseases such as syphilis, meaning a friend of the swine. Leprosy from Middle English, from lepre, leprosy, from Old French, from late Latin, lepra, from Greek, lepros, scaly from lepis, lepros, meaning scale, and pneumonia from pneumonia from what? How you say it?
Newman, like new man. Yeah, man again. There it is. Go ahead.
And from and pneumonia from Newman, thank you, meaning lung, and is inflammatory, and is an inflammatory disease of the lung, to name a few. Most of these diseases come to
That's
this
what
planet
bacteria
from
causes, the intelligent bacteria he's talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because that's what pneumonia is. It's any of the bacterial infection in the lungs where it builds up fluid.
Yeah. Too much iron. Something going on.
Verse 92. Most of these diseases came to this planet from other planets. Some of these which are in your solar system, and others that are far beyond your knowledge.
God damn.
Oh, tell me, golly, can you imagine what's all out there? Many are the diseases of your body. In fact, some live on your body like streptococcus and herpes, just to name two of the many thousands.
Terrible. They're right, Tamu. Terrible. Just terrible.
My God. I would never get in another pool ever again.
Yeah, I was just thinking I'll never get in the bed with another human ever again. But go ahead. That's all. That's, I mean, hey, that's just what it is. Like I ain't thinking about women. I'm thinking about humans.
Verse 93, you shall have knowledge, for in this tablet are facts beyond any doubt. Like many other simple organisms. In verse 94, like many other simple organisms, bacteria can multiply by asexual reproduction or by binary fission, the splitting of an adult cell into two separate parts and budding.
I told you they'd be reproducing in your body. A fuckfest.
Verse 94, like many other simple organisms, bacteria can simply multiply by asexual reproduction or by binary fission, the splitting of an adult cell into two separate parts and budding, where an overgrowth grows from a parent organism. Oh, outgrowth, yeah. Let's see. The splitting of an adult cell into two separate parts and budding, where an outgrowth grows from a parent organism and then breaks off and becomes another separate organism. Birth.
Mm-hmm. Boy, not all birth is good. This is why I'm for abortions. He's talking about bacteria right here, and we are walking bacteria. That's all we are, good or bad, but you know, we are bacteria.
Verse 95. This occurs when the nucleus of one cell divides, forming two new cells, daughter cells. And make note, it doesn't say son cells.
You shall have knowledge, for in this tablets are facts beyond any doubt. Say it again. This occurs when what? I wasn't listening. I missed it. Okay, I'm lying. I heard it. But do it again.
Verse 95. This occurs when the nucleus of one cell divides, forming two new cells, daughter cells. And make note, it doesn't say son cells.
So that's even with bacteria, because he's talking about the splitting. He said, like many other organisms, bacteria can multiply by asexual reproduction or by binary fission, the splitting of an adult cell into two parts. This occurs when the nucleus of one cell divides, forming two new cells, daughter cells. Yeah, this all female. Yeah, they asexual or fission when the adult splits and start budding into two separate parts and start budding. That's the female. Bacteria is female.
That's what I got from it, because it mentioned the mother earlier, and when she gave birth, and it was describing the same.
Yeah, all of it. Yeah, asexual, F-sexual, female. Yeah, and it splits into a new cell, daughter cell. Yeah. Interesting.
Verse 96. The exact same way, a hologram from the Greek, from holos, whole, and the gram, from French, gramme, from late Latin, grandma.
Grandma.
A small weight. Grandma, a small weight. From Greek, meaning something written, small weight. The hologram can be broken into millions of parts, and each one is the same. So it is with cells.
So the cell can be broken into million parts, and each one is the same of itself, just like the mother and daughter cells. It splits and become many millions. Okay, 97. This is good.
And then, my child, there are other bacteria that just live with you, never bothering you at all. The first plant life were simple plants that began as one-celled organisms of the classes known today as bacteria and algae. These originated in the water, yet their structure and composition enabled them to exist in all types of environments and conditions. Some have unknown origins. Scientists have found a new life form on Earth. These life forms are tough little microbes. Tough little bastards.
They live in the boiling water. God damn, y'all be boiling y'all water, think y'all got clean water. Them microbes can live in that shit. What the hell is you talking about? Tough little motherfuckers. Little tough ones. You said they tough. Microbes. Ain't no need to boil that goddamn water. Ain't no need to boil your goddamn water, goddamn. Shit, them microbes, they call that shit a hot bath. They love it. Ain't no but a hot air bath they took. Goodness gracious. What happens next?
Shit, nah. I keep losing my face. Where we at? Verse?
The microbes, man, boiling water, spewing from volcanic vents.
I see. These life forms are tough little microbes. They live in the boiling water, spewing from volcanic vents deep under the ocean, thriving on carbon dioxide and the tremendous water pressure. Thriving on carbon dioxide and the tremendous water pressure. They are a third form of terrestrial life named archaea, after the Greek word for ancient. This is a very different life form from what scientists know. They were first discovered on the bottom of the Pacific in 1977. However, recently scientists discovered that their genetic code was different from anything biologists had seen before. Unlike most bacteria, all plants, animals, and humans, archaea live totally without sunlight. When the usual organisms start dying, these ones start singing.
Damn. You gotta love the holy tablets, man. Better than the Bible and the Koran and the Torah. It's fucking good, man. You gonna learn something, motherfucker.
For real.
You gonna learn, boy. Better than school right here, man.
Yeah. Verse 101. Algae have bodies composed of a single cell. Algae accounts for 90% of the world's photosynthesis.
Wow.
Bacteria.
And we thought it was the sun.
Wow, Don.
Wow.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm thinking the effects of... Yes, wait a minute now.
Read the line. Accounts for 90% of the world's photosynthesis.
Photosynthesis.
The goddamn plant, man, what the fuck? That cracker told me that goddamn the plants get the photosynthesis from the sun. Say algae accounts for 90% of the world's photosynthesis. See why I don't listen to nobody but Dr. York. You see why I dick ride this nigga. Dick ride that nigga straight to planet Risk. Why you motherfuckers stay on Earth and get destroyed.
What the fuck?
Why I fuck with that nigga?
Right.
What that nigga say? In these tablets, this is facts beyond any doubt. Can't believe that cracker, man. He don't know shit. Let go. Algae accounts for 90% of the world's photosynthesis.
Oh my gosh! It's talking. It's talking about the synthesis of the photons, not the photons. It don't count for 90% of the photons. Just the synthesis of the photons, right?
They said they told me, bitch, that plant get their photosynthesis from the sun. Oh, no. Let me get out this Google machine. Fuck it.
They get their photos.
I'm not Googling shit no more, ever in my life.
You said what?
Say what?
Right. They get their photons from the sun to be able to synthesize, therefore calling it photosynthesis, but
they're lying. It says algae. 90% of the world photosynthesis. Don't matter. You got a photon and synthesis. It don't matter. But algae accounts for 90% of the world's photosynthesis.
Okay, where does it get its photons from then? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm talking about photons, man.
Because that is the light that it needs to be able to synthesize
the process by which, see, here it go again, the process by which green plants and some other organisms uses sunlight to synthesize food from carbon dioxide and water. Photosynthesis in plants generally involves the green pigment, chlorophyll, algae, duh, it's right there. From algae, he's a liar and the truth at the same fucking time. Chlorophyll generates oxygen as a byproduct. Algae have bodies composed of a single cell. Algae accounts for 90% of the world's photosynthesis.
This is interesting. Yo, because is he still talking about that archaea, that form of algae that's deep in the ocean that they just discovered that don't need fucking sunlight?
You talking about 1977? You talking about 1977?
Oh. Yeah, are we?
You talking about 1977? No, we on algae now.
Okay,
no, the little bad guy. It said, look, the first plant life were simple plants that began as one single cell organism of the class is known today as bacteria and algae. These originated in the water. You know what I'm talking about? And then it said they found that new little motherfucker spewing in the volcanic in 1977, thriving on carbon dioxide and the tremendous water pressure. They are the third form of terrestrial life, the little archaea, little nigglets who like hot water, little tough creatures. But now we back on algae in 101, Zena. Yeah.
Yeah, this is wild.
Right, and algae is green, so they're talking about chlorophyll. Remember they said carbon dioxide? In the definition I read, which I vowed never to ask the goddamn internet for any goddamn answers ever again, but they use the word carbon dioxide. The little bad little creatures, they like them some carbon dioxide. These little life forms are tough little microbes that live in boiling water, spewing from volcanic vents deep under the ocean, thriving on carbon dioxide and the tremendous water pressure. They are the third form of terrestrial life, named archaea, which means ancient. They go way back. Scientists just found out about them little motherfuckers in 1977. But back on algae. I'm going to let go, but we almost at the end.
Okay. So verse 101, algae have bodies composed of a single cell. Algae accounts for 90% of the world's photosynthesis. Bacteria are found everywhere. Girl, that is what? Okay. I'm going to definitely have to go back and swallow that. Verse 102, bacteria are found everywhere in water, air, soil, your bodies, and food. Many of them are helpful and necessary for your physical existence. They are also useful in the decomposition and dissolving of solid waste. Then you have the virus. A virus is a submicroscopic organism that has an exceedingly simple structure composed of nucleic acid with a protective protein covering, coming from the Latin meaning poison. In the case of some of the viruses that live in bacteria and animal cells, this nucleic acid is generally DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid. Yep.
So viruses live in bacteria and animal cells.
Which is a DNA?
Rewind it. Then you have a virus. A virus is a submicroscopic organism that has an exceedingly simple structure composed of nucleic acid with a protective protein covering, right? In the case of some of the viruses that live in bacteria and animal cells, this nucleic acid, that's why DNA is what? Deoxyribonucleic acid. To answer your question, the answer is yes. This nucleic acid is generally DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid. The N is for nucleic acid. Na. Yeah. So the virus structure is composed of nucleic acid with a protective protein covering. And that's nucleic acid. And it's generally DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid. Yep. Wow. Keep going, Zena. In the viruses, what happens?
In the viruses that cause diseases of plants, the nucleic acid is usually RNA, ribonucleic acid. Probably why they fucking with people RNA. That's why they realize it.
No, which is why some of them scientists, I don't know if you heard Dawn's show, she has a great show from Monday through Friday, but they took it down and snatched the whole Kuluwm Radio page down. But she read an article where scientists figured out that they should just put the vaccine in the plants because people eat them. And so there it is right there in plants, right? They want to do the Moderna, I think the mRNA one, in the plants, the vaccine. Yeah. And so that way people, they put it in the they put it in the plants, the vaccine, and people can eat it that way. Since the scientists or the people that's working on that basically said, since people are afraid of needles and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? So we put it in the plants. But now I see why they would want to put it in the plants, because in the viruses that causes diseases of plants, the nucleic acid is usually RNA. Get it? So the nucleic acid is generally DNA, right, in animals, and you are an animal, right? But in plants, the virus is usually RNA, ribonucleic acid. So it makes sense that now I understand why they was interested in putting the vaccine in the plants, because they get viruses too. You see what I'm saying? But it's in their RNA. It's the virus, it's the RNA that kicks in with the plants.
So you
think in the viruses that causes diseases of plants, the nucleic acid is usually RNA. Wow. Damn.
So on that part right there, just throwing out a little conspiracy theory type of thing. Just
be careful, because we already got one page snatched down.
Never mind then, because it was in line with that at the bar.
Do it.
I know.
Do
it
it.
was in line with at the bar.
Nah, but I'm just saying,
I'm gonna tread real thin, but they tried it one route, the DNA route. It had no effect on their targeted people, as we've seen throughout the years. And now they're trying to go, because they realize we are plant beings. Remember we talk about how we were green and this and that and the other. They realized, it didn't kill us when they was trying to go one route, but we're going the other route, the RNA route. They can do it directly. The plant thing, the vegetable plant thing, is more of an indirect way, yet direct because it's RNA. But the shot at the bar is more direct, fucking with the RNA. If you're really trying to get your target people, I think they're trying a different route. That's why it's the first time.
I'm saying that study that I saw that they were working on giving the plants the vaccine, I'm only saying that makes sense now because the virus that causes diseases in plants is usually RNA.
We're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing. I'm just saying one is direct and one is indirect. Directly.
No, the reality of it is that plants get diseases. The virus that causes diseases in plants.
Okay, let me just say this is where I see where all I'm saying is some shit that I know nothing of. I only learned in the tablet. How we were once plant beings, green beings with chlorophyll and this, that, and the other. We were once that. So I'm pretty sure deep in our RNA that coded information is still there. All I'm saying is they're doing it directly through the shots at the bar, manipulating the RNA to their target people which would be those plants.
Do you understand that it's a virus, and the virus causes diseases of plants, and that is the nucleic acid in the virus.
Never mind.
Called RNA. In the case of some of the viruses that live in bacteria and animal cells, the nucleic acid is generally DNA. In the viruses that causes diseases of plants, the nucleic acid is usually RNA.
Verse 108, a virus lives in a cell of another living thing. Although viruses are small and simple, they are a major cause of diseases. Some viruses infect human beings with diseases, dis-ease. Others infect other animals or plants, and still others attack bacteria. Viruses produce diseases in an organism.
So the viruses attacks bacteria too. Your good bacteria. The ones that are helpful. Yeah. It'll go fuck with them little monkeys. Others, meaning viruses, infect other animals or plants, and still others attack other viruses, attack bacteria. I'm ready. 112. Sorry. This is the last couple of verses.
Viruses produce diseases in an organism by damaging some of its cells. However, viruses sometimes live in cells without harming them. Most viruses reproduce in specific cells of certain organisms. Viruses are Gaia's Earth means of defense when attacked.
I like that.
My favorite line. Damn, I can't even do a hand clap. That's my favorite line at the end of that tablet. It's viruses are Earth's means of defense when attacked. I like viruses. They're my friend. Well, Zena, because it's impossible for me to allow you to speak openly, and because at the end of the day, we're already on lockdown radio again, so yeah, maybe we should continue that theory holy tablet conversation in the after party that you wanted to talk about. You know what I'm saying? So that way I don't have to say nucleic acid is generally DNA and that type of shit. Well, boys and girls, that's it, man. Thank you, Zena. Thank you, Tammuz, for reading the L's Holy Tablets tonight. And in the next L's Holy Tablet show, we'll be in Tablet 9, the evolutionary process. Now, that's 266 verses. We're going to take our time on that one, okay? That's 200. So that might take 2 shows, 266 verses. Okay, the evolutionary process. So I think this one it talks about dinosaurs and shit like that. I could be right, could be wrong. And baboons and monkeys and shit like that. And you know what I'm talking about? So, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, please continue on your day. And the Son of Man show is at 12 noon. Hopefully, y'all be able to tune into that in the minute of the hour, 7 days a week. And the Don Nicoleon show, baby, Monday through Friday, 12 noon. Make sure you tune in to Hot Damn Politics on Wednesday nights. And we'll see you next time. The El Holy Tablet Show. Hope you enjoyed it. Y'all have an awarding day. And, and continue to have a strong beginning and not a weekend. Peace.
Peace.